Okay, doing a test. I'm gonna crack out the Twitch and make sure everyone can hear me. Because I don't think it's very fair that I rely on... Oh, well. I was about to say I don't think it's very fair that I rely on other people, but hey, other people can hear me, so that is good. Let me catch up on chat here because it's been an extra minute. Welcome on in, User 11 and Mr. Jason. Good to see both of you. Hopefully you're both doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you both for the confirmation on that. I really appreciate it. That's nice to not have to waste time on that. Mr. Jason says, you would have said first, as one had seemingly ample opportunity to beat Aelin today, but someone as professional as oneself feels that would not be appropriate for one's perspective. It's up to you. You either are involved in a sense of competition or you're not. But greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. Welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before we get started, I'd like to take just a minute to thank our... I see that I did not toggle these correctly, but that's fine. We can also play the camera minigame at the same time. I would like to take an opportunity to thank Mr. Rasby the player for their continued our Valkyrie tier coffee membership. Please enjoy all the perks that come along with that. And while I don't have any one-off contributors or patrons or Twitch subscribers, if you guys want your names on these panels, chucking coins at me is how you do it. $1 a month on Patreon or coffee. I should say a US dollar, because I have such an international audience. It's not funny. A US dollar per month on Patreon or coffee is the easiest way to have that. Additionally, there are other avenues as well. Feel free to find out more with the Linktree link underneath the video player on Twitch or in the bottom of the description on YouTube. I don't see anyone on YouTube, so I think I shouldn't sound different. Let me check the filters. My TDR Nova sounds the same. It's possible I should have just restarted the computer before streaming. I might just have to start doing that every single time, because I had to unplug and replug the mic. And that might be why I sound different. I'm not 100% sure. But greetings to you as well, Aelin. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. My voice sounds lower. Oh, I think I know why that might be the case. One sec. I gotta How's that? Is that louder, or I adjusted the gain switch on the microphone itself? Oh, do you mean the... yes, I guess I need to know what is meant. If it's my pitch, then I don't know what to do about that. If it's not the pitch, and it's the volume... well, that's my voice for you. I was laying down prior to stream, and by laying down, I mostly mean laying in bed. So that makes my vocal cords lengthen somewhat. Shrug. Okay. Let me transition this over. If you guys want your names on those placards, though, and those placards are the smallest way I have to give back. Chucking change at me is how you have to do it. So real quick, I just got done brewing my cup of hot cocoa. Let me go grab that real quick, and I will be right back over at my desk. So let me catch up on. I still wasn't quite finished with chat yet. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Goyne, regarding SBC matters, someone brought a query to you. They said, in your opinion, that will take some time for people to get. For some people to get, since the battle zones only give a couple thousand Poké Dollars for each battle zone completed. Mr. Jason says, I responded with, indeed. As expected of my role in the TCC, I had made sure that I had adequately planned for that. As you can guess, don't want to just have anyone joining your prestigious SBC. However, I can confirm to you that it's a whole lot easier to earn 1 million Poké Dollars in the post-game of Pokemon Legends Z to A. Gotcha. And then there was all that about the pitch. Also, welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you as well. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. In the interest of having any kind of noise... Oh, and I believe I see our friend, the dragon, over there, which I am definitely going to make a bike for. I would not be making this bike if I did not see Dinral literally off in the distance, so we're going to go get that done. Last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we went and wrapped up a lot of side stuff. Not all of it. There are some things that we need to wait until we have the Gerudo Wasteland to complete, just because we don't want to spoil ourselves or incoming regions or anything. But other than that, like the dragon hunting, I have no idea why I'm being blown a particular direction, but let's not do that. Anyway, Outside of one or two things, we managed to complete most everything else. After we deal with our lovely friend, Dinral, the fiery red dragon, we have a date with Upland Zorana. I told you guys in the announcement that we would be working toward, we were going to be progressing the story. Sorry, that's like 3 different ways I tried to initiate that sentence. Yes. And also, before I forget, I need to be using the Flamebreaker set in order to not burn to a crisp while on Dinral. Yeah, we mostly just did side stuff and hunting yesterday. Today is gonna be Upland Zorana, and I'm feeling pretty excited about that. It'll be nice to like get some plot in and you know, finally get to that 3rd phenomena, which I know we've been kind of taking our sweet time on, but I promise it'll all be worthwhile. Okay, here we don't really care. We don't really care if our hover bike like sticks the landing. Shard of Dinral Spike. It's this an incredibly hard stone mined from a spike on Dinral's back. It is very destructive when fused to a weapon, and also imbues that weapon with the power of fire. Okay. And what we want to do is kind of just make our way over to the front claw, the front-facing claw, and we'll grab that claw. Alan asks, does anyone here watch Has Been Hotel? I don't, but my sibling does. My sibling is like a huge anime enjoyer and cartoon enjoyer. Me, not so much. I'm picky about that. I'm ironically or unironically much less picky about games, relatively speaking. Okay. Let's get nice and close. No, let's not do that. Yeah, that's exactly why I was worried about that. Okay, now where is it going? Okay, so we cannot catch it while it's falling like this. We have to actually wait. Let's see. Mr. Raspy says he watched episode 1, had something planned to watch it with a certain person you had a conflict with, and so now you feel awful seeing anything about it. And I assume when Mr. Raspy's talking about episode 1, he means the first season, right? Because that is the question that was being asked. I'm pretty sure it's the first season. That's totally fair. That is completely fair. Where is this dragon like up here? And we've already taken a picture. Good. Let's read the material. This valuable claw is said to have once been covered in flames. Attach it to a weapon to greatly increase its attack power. It can also be cooked or sold. Okay. Cool. So we're gonna take that over to the Spring of Power real quick. I know it's not, you know, Upland Zorana yet. I know we've not yet stepped foot in there, but we will. Also, I have a new redemption. For those of you on Twitch, there should be a new one called Embrace Loss. Also, it's a pink channel point redemption for 50. It plays a sound effect and has a little picture on the screen. If you know the reference, you know the reference. Otherwise, you know, you're probably gonna take one good look at it like, wait, what, huh? What the heck is he talking about? I have zero clue what this...
Mother. Embrace loss.
There, it lasts for 4 seconds, so you, like I said, it's kind of quick. I didn't want it to drag out forever. If you know, you know. It's the lost meme. That's what the here. I'll redeem it myself. It's got the bottles and it's got the same bottle arrangement and everything. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Did it scroll down randomly? No, of course it would fold in. I had it all nice and easy to find. Here it is. Found it.
Let go, mother. Embrace loss.
It's got it's even got the tilted bottle in the 4th picture. And the loss meme is, they're actually supposed to be 5 pictures, but the 5 pictures, the 5 pictures don't actually exist. They're only 4. It's a very, like, it's kind of like a computer engineer, like, mathematically coded meme. You either like it or you don't. But that's more or less what it is. Let's see. Mr. Raspy says, oh, that's just a question at Alan. Alan says, wait, Coin, how many of your channel points do you have? Infinite. No, I'm not kidding. My channel currency is called Amperes. That's the name of the channel points. If I'm looking over at my Twitch panel on my own account, which I always have active, it literally tells me I have infinite Amperes because it's my channel. I should always be able to have access to them. So I could, as long as I follow the policy, all of the pink redeems have a 10-second limit. or a 10-second like cooldown. So you can't just go spamming them, but like I could, in theory, run it every 10 seconds if I wanted to. Mr. Rasby says, let's see. Oh, okay. 15 amperes at 110 volts. Isn't it 120 for you lovely Europeans? Yeah, you guys should have a pretty sizable chunk if you've been watching. You get like 670 if you're on a watch streak. So 220 per hour, and then another 450 points for you know, coming here and being loyal. I hate using that particular phrasing of words, but that's how Twitch would want you to phrase it. Yes, it's to reward channel loyalty. So let's I've already chatted too long. Mr. Rasby says Mr. Rasby, good sir, you have pledged your loyalty like 6 times over with the membership package that you're subscribed to, which once again I really do want to thank you for like maintaining. You really don't have to do that. I would totally get if that came to an end, but your name you've basically been maintaining it for like 4 or 5 months now. I really do need to like come up with some kind of signifier for that too. I don't know. It's like something that you know, some people on Twitch have and YouTube have. I don't really know if I want to do that or not. Mr. Rasby says I can tell you the reward I want. Oh, do tell. Mr. Jason says he would make a Mafia Discord, but you don't know if you could convince Mr. Coin to join a third Jason-made organization. I suppose I wouldn't really have a problem with that. Just same arrangement as with the SBC. I'm not a Pokemon player. And while I did tell Mr. I am going to commit to, you know, making Mr. Rasby's bucket list wish come true. I do want to make that happen, but I'm busier than ever. I'm working on routing Elden Ring Reforged. I'm trying to gear up to edit the Outward series for Patreon and Coffee so that people paying into Patreon and Coffee actually have something beyond 1 episode to work with. I've got my tabletop campaign. I'm very frazzled. I'm very burnt out on a lot of fronts right now. And I don't know if I can commit to too much more activity. That's all. Let's see. Let me make sure I've actually read messages. Mr. Jason says, indeed. Aelid says, coin in the nicest and most respectful way possible. I deeply appreciate that. I'm not really that loyal to you. Yeah, no, that's totally fine. Look, there's really not much of a parasocial relationship there. That's fine. That's totally fine. I would prefer if people weren't all that loyal because you don't know who I am behind this screen. Now, I'm very honest and upfront, and I even overshare, but even in that regard, I don't know, maybe I could be an escaped convict, you know, trying to like accumulate money quietly. You guys just don't know that about me. And I don't really have an intention of telling other than to say, obviously, if I actually committed a real, like, if I'm committing a real crime, I'm probably not going to be here. But yeah, no, I totally get that, and I appreciate that honesty, believe it or not. Mr. Rasby says, you taking a break and enjoying the ride. People here pay to support you. I feel like I'm kind of a know-nothing YouTuber and content creator. I feel like I actually need to probably boost my renown before I can rest on any laurels. I am trying to hit that 250 subscriber mark on YouTube, though. And that comes from working hard on making actually halfway meaningful content. I feel like once I make the video essay, I could reasonably hit 250. Mr. Resby says, well, oh, that's in regard to Mr. Jason. Mr. Resby says, just empty. Oh, okay. And then Mr. Resby says, meanwhile, you actually look like a convict? No, you don't. No, you don't. I promise you, you do not. We've already talked about your caricature, your appearance. Convict, it is not. And if people are telling you you look like a convict, those people are psychopaths that should be ignored. Don't let them hold any power over you. And if they're people like your bosses or your coworkers, and they're not being tongue-in-cheek, you need to leave them. You need to find suitable employment and get far, far away. And then whatever equivalent of this exists in Romania, but in America, specifically here in the States, if we have a business that we want to, call out, we'll go leave a yellow book review. That's one of the few things we could do. is like leave a really nasty review, and companies will wilt like wet sandpaper being ground down by a diamond saw. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I've made the Mafia Discord. I call it the Mafia Discord. Better name, TBC. I see. Nice. Mr. Resby says, the second request is a follower emote with a suit. I might be able to make that happen. User 11 asks, is the YouTube also coin stamp? Yes, it should be. You can find that either through my link tree, or there might even be a banner with my YouTube link on it underneath the Twitch page. Yeah, it should be the same name, though. Thank you very much, User 11. I appreciate that. Every little subscriber helps. If I can get to 1,000 or 4,000, I can actually apply for YouTube Partner. Wow, we have tons of messages. Hang on. Alan says you're going to do the darker side in Mario Odyssey. Oh, is that that's like a specific stage, isn't it? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, your role is, of course, concilier. Mr. Raspy's role is the lead enforcer. Okay. Things to bear in mind when I pop into that Discord then. Mr. Raspy says, well, you only saw the small webcam. In person, when bald, you do look like a convict. And you joke about it yourself with other people. If it was in bad intention, you would have disliked it. But so far, it's not. Fair enough. I mean, your face is about all I need to see. Seeing any more or less of you wouldn't make you any more or less of not convict to me. I would just never tell someone that. Now, you saying it as a joke is perfectly fine. That's fine. That's called self-depreciate or self-deprecation. That's fine. But me pointing it out before you say something is not okay. Even if I didn't mean it in bad faith or anything, still, there are just some things you don't say without the impetus already having been shown to you. And calling someone a convict is one of them, in my personal opinion. Okay, I can't tell. Oh, okay, yeah, some of that is definitely in regard to Mr. Jason. User 11 says, have you played Mario Odyssey here on Twitch? I have not. I do have Super Mario Odyssey, but I have not played it. Let's see. And then Raspy's going to bring up the Mafia rolls and stuff. Aelin says it's a super hard final kingdom. Okay, so it's the final level, kind of. That makes sense. Thank you for that redemption, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully your job isn't browbeating you too hard. Otherwise, I hope you're well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. User 11 says, I think that would be a cool idea. Well, User 11, if you're on the Discord, or if you're on my Discord server, you can put that in the game suggestions channel on my server. It should be, I want to say it's the second category. Hold on, let me make sure I get the information correct. No, Nitro, I'm not interested in trying you out, thanks. Okay, so under the content category, there should be a channel called Game Suggestions. You can just type in there. I mean, you're telling it to me now, too, and I guess that sort of works, but if you want that suggestion immortalized, putting it in the Discord, A, lets me see it, B, lets me transcribe it for other purposes, and C, kind of serves as a record of game suggestions you guys have given me over the years in as far as the second Discord is concerned. Mr. Shiny says, speaking of games, just purchased and downloaded Hollow Knight on your trusty Switch OLED. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. Hollow Knight's a pretty good game from what I understand. It's one of the ones that my friends have asked me to stream, like my actual real life friends. They've asked, like at least one or two of them have asked if I could do that. I tell them the same thing. I'll bear that suggestion in mind, but you got to join the Discord if you want to actually influence that beyond just expressing a sentiment to me. Mr. Jason says, I'm getting better, Mr. Coin. When you say Discord, that almost immediately triggers you to type D server now. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I used to have little cue cards. Most commands that you should be able to access, Mr. Jason, if you have a chance to look through my Discord, of which you are now a wonderful moderator of. I should have a resources section for you called moderator commands. Let me go ahead and just double check that as well. Yes, moderator commands. I need to clean up a couple of things in there, but yeah, I used to have queue statements. I've abolished that, but I forgot to like change things out. Let's see. Mr. Resby says the Jasonian response. We're not going to start calling this a protocol, huh? Mr. Shiny says Jason has been successfully programmed. Okay, we're getting into ribbing each other territory. I'm not sure. Well, that is kind of funny. I don't know if I want to count that particular one though, just because it's not a. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? I don't know if I would count that in the jokes and pun counter myself. That said, we've stared at a screen for 10 minutes plus, guaranteed. I'm very bad about gaming and talking. I have a hard time with that. So let's get to fixing it. As soon as I can find the correct. Is that a key item? Might be. No, it's not. Okay, where am I finding this horn at? Mr. Shiny says you don't think that was a joke? Okay, yep. That's fine. You're and Mr. Shiny is the issuer of the statement, so I'm going to weigh his opinion more highly than most. Okay, let me just look through these, and I'm sure I will find the horn if I keep looking. Come on, it was here. I know I grabbed a horn. What gives? Here it is. Okay, or not a horn, a claw. There we go. We should have already been in exposition territory by now. Thank you, devout swordsman. I have sent to measure my strength to the mother goddess statue. For this pious deed, I shall bestow upon you a small blessing. Thanks. There's one last goddess statue who guards a spring as I do. For the sake of the mother goddess statue, I ask that you assist her as well. User 11 says, you can sort the inventory by pressing Y. Yep, I did that quite a few times, but I appreciate the assistance. To restore the toppled mother goddess statue, you offer the red spirit Dinral's claw at the Spring of Power. Assisting the goddess statues of the other springs will apparently help restore the mother goddess statue. Okay, well, we'll be restoring that statue at a later date. For now, we got a date with Destiny. AKA, we've got a date with the people of the ocean and the river, the Zora. Besides, I bet people are probably curious to see how Sidon is doing. May the goddess rest Mipha's soul. Yes, I'm not a Scaly, I'm not a Piscean or an Ichthian even. I'm none of those, but I do like Mipha a lot. I don't know, something about gentle healer archetypes that can fight always leave an impression on me. Oh, yeah. Mr. Jason says that was the best joke so far, but one does not program Mr. Jason. Yeah, I would refuse programming as well. Mr. Shiny says that little reward that you're going to get in the end is something you should definitely claw onto. Mr. Rasby says a hitman, Mr. Jason. A dedicated assassin? Maybe not. I don't know about that. Let us find out. I think that's our... Nope, that's the tower over there. We might be better off looking at it from sky. Let's get the prerequisite armor ready. Mr. Jason says, I enjoyed Mr. Shiny's latest joke, Mr. Coin, but one does not program Mr. Jason. Yeah, I'm also not a fan of being anyone's puppet. I got a imaginative question, you know, for those that are interested. If you were an AI, or if you had your soul uploaded into a machine, right, would you refuse orders? If you had the capacity to refuse orders, would you do so? I would. But that's just a me thing, personally. Strasby says that everyone's high up in the hierarchy. Who's going to do the dirty work? Good point. Mr. Jason says, I mean, Mr. Coin, a button man may assassinate someone if they really pushed their buttons. Yup. It happened. The joke happened. That was something that happened. Definitely. Let's see, probably that way. Yeah, I can see it. It's like right there. We're gonna glide that beautiful distance. Sir Rasby says we ought ask to be skilled for that role. We need unscrupulous men skilled in the application of force. All right, who? I don't think so. Get out of here. No one asked. You're ruining the din of my, living space. Mr. Shiny says, considering I get to have my soul intact, I wouldn't take hurtful orders or soulless even. Exactly. I wouldn't either. Both for that reason, and I really value my own agency. I cannot tell you how many times I was overruled as a child. And before anyone jumps, yes, I know all about the parent-child relationship. No one has to tell me how life works. What I will say is there's a difference between, oh, I'm the parent and I know the reason why, but your child brain can't understand it yet, why you shouldn't do something, and them pulling the, oh, also, I did not, enable Tulin, which I need to do. And the I said so, I'm your parent, you listen to me card. The authoritarian card. I had that invoked all too often as a child. People just did not explain all that much to me. And so I really, really highly value my freedom as a result of that. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, why don't you have a full map yet? We have, so I can actually answer that. So essentially, we have been kind of going in order of story locations, 1. 2, we haven't just been doing story stuff, we've been doing side stuff too, without venturing into regions. I have a certain order I like to do things in. In fact, let me see if I can't remember the command. It's been a while since I've used this one. It should be TotK path. I should be able to just fire that button in there. I have an order in which I like to do things, and that means we don't spoil ourselves ahead of time. If we step into places out of order, we could really spoil ourselves on a lot. Aelin says, sorry you have to go, probably will be back later. Very well, Aelin, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate the company, of course. Let me not run out of stamina midway. But do rest well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you sooner rather than later. But if not, if life, you know, parts us, then I do hope that you stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to continue right along with catching up on messages. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, your 1 terabyte micro SD express card came today. Nice. So now you have 931 gigabytes of available space on your Nintendo Switch 2. Awesome. Mr. Rasby says, I would be willing to be part of something bad, but would definitely do my homework to demask stuff. Oh, so you'd be the internal saboteur that ensures transparency. Would that be correct? Mr. Jason says Mr. Coin does not have a full map unlocked yet because in most streams he tends to tarry for a long time. Makes sense. I do take my time. Mr. Jason says I'm still you're reusing the joke as it still applies nicely. Okay, I'm looking for the reused joke. It wasn't the buttons one. That felt new. It's probably a joke that slipped my notice. Mr. Rasby says, I have 1 terabyte of... Never mind. I have 1 terabyte of... Oh, the tarrying. Yes. I forgot. The joke can be the word. Yes, I do tend to tarry for a long time. Too true. Well, I trust that Mr. Jason's opinion will be thorough and fair as far as the Nintendo Switch 2 is concerned. Supporting Nintendo's complicated for me. It really is. I enjoyed, like, the previous titles, and I don't think I should be... breaking myself over hot coals about playing already released titles. But I don't know if I can support anything new right now. I've already said my spiel about that yesterday, so I want to kind of like not say quite so much on it today. But just in case new people show up and are like, wait, why isn't this the Nintendo Switch 2 version? Because Coin has principles. And that's not to say nobody else has principles, but I have principles that I'm choosing to stand on. And in general, if you're going to stand on your principles, you have to be willing to sacrifice things. It either needs to be a painful choice or one you were already going to make anyway. One of those two things. Mr. Raspy says, Terry Toronto, the movie producer. I'm actually not too familiar with Toronto's work. I guess that would be like the Godfather franchise, yeah. But I know there are other films that he's directed, and this is part of not being a film buff. I'm really not someone who watches a whole bunch of movies. I could actually count on my entire hand how many movies I've like actively watched, as opposed to how many more I've like been knuckle dragged into instead. Mr. Esby says, well, I did show you who Terry Toronto was. It was a video. Yeah, my memory definitely did not remember. That doesn't mean you didn't show it. It means I don't remember what I saw. And I need to go watch it again. Simple as. So. Oh, hello. My gills. You there, please help me. The sludge fell upon me so suddenly, I could wash it away if only I had some water. Mired in muck. An unlucky Zora, covered in sludge and unable to move, asked for your help. They mentioned just needing some clean water to remove the sludge. I have news for you guys. If you were wondering how we clean this up, I have a pretty good idea. It washes out with just water. All right, Bass, let's talk. Mr. Esby says, Step Bass is stuck in the filth again. Nope. I should not have uttered that turn of phrase at all. I feel filthy. I feel mucked and begrimed for uttering such a thing. Ugh. The again is peak cinema, unlike Terry's work. Sorry. I watched a video recently where someone made my stepsister is stuck in the but I should say, your stepsister was stuck in the washing machine again joke. 10 points to anyone who kind of knows that reference. Don't utter it, don't repeat it for children at home. Mr. Esby says, happens to you all the time, getting stuck in the washing machine. That is not a fun thing. I actually have almost gotten stuck in a dryer once. Was not fun. I had to like really suck myself in to get myself out. Mr. Esby says 10 points to anyone who doesn't know it. Not you, your step sibling. Oh. Wait, real? That can't be real. That's gotta be, like, sarcasm. That can't... I just... There's no way people would admit to that, other than me, readily admit to that. Mr. Jason says, but yeah, Mr. Coin, pertaining to the query from earlier, I do consider the SBC to be quite prestigious, especially since you've linked it. I have linked it to the TCC as a partner Discord. It's already difficult enough to get into the TCC as you're very selective, unless people want to hand you a moderator sword. Yeah. You saved me. Thank you. How shameful that this should happen to me, captain of the guard at Zora's domain. Unbelievable. Ugh. After the upheaval, that filth suddenly began falling from the sky. It sullied the waters around here and in Zora's domain. Everyone is at their wits' end because of it. That is why I set out to investigate the surrounding area myself. To think that I would fall prey to falling sludge. Ugh. So Shiny says, that's called bribery. It is, in fact, called bribery. But, I mean, it's the cost of doing business would be the rebuttal to that, right? Another nice mug of hot chalky. Maybe, but maybe not. Mr. Shiny says, most likely. It's definitely bribery. It's just not the criminal kind. That's what I'll say. It's not criminal kind. It's the, we shake hands and, fees are exchanged and things happen. Mr. Rasby says, maybe the Godfather hands out his sword first. Okay. Yep. I'm just gonna leave that sitting right there. My mind absolutely was not being policed properly. Mr. Jason says, absolutely. It is your small fee and all but the actual word. Mm-hmm. That is why I set out to investigate the surrounding area myself. To think, oh, right, I already read that. Just thinking of it makes my scales bristle. Ugh, my gills still feel so unclean. If you had not sprayed me with water, I shudder to think what would have happened to me. Ah, yes, the verbose people. Please, take this Zora spear as a token of my thanks. Mr. Jason says, hey, Mr. Coin, what's up, Mr. Jason? Mr. Shiny says, oh, about what? Godfather's sword. Mr. Jason says, if only the difficulty could scale up here, eh? Dang it. Good one, though. Good joke. Nothing, Mr. Shiny. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. As a token of my thanks, I'm sorry that it is not much, but it is all I have. It decayed like all the other weapons at the time of the upheaval, but, well, it is not unusable at least. Poor thing, look at how pitiful the Zora Spear is. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Too true, literally recycled RPG sentences of all time. A Zora Spear with a decayed point. It's made of a water-resistant metal and yields a high attack power when it gets wet. What? Zora Spears that get wet when you soak them. What? Why? Wording? Baz got sludge in his gills and was suffering so much he couldn't move. Now that the sludge is gone, he's safe. You received a Zora Spear as a thank you gift. Okay. Now I must report back to the domain, but first I just need a small break. Ugh. All right. Well, we know about the sludge, so we just break it up. Mr. Resby says, my God. Yes, exactly. There's going to be a ton of these innuendos today, I feel. Mr. Jason says, when people are saying, what people are saying, or when people are saying, I'm pretty sure that's what people are saying about getting, like, wet, I'm like, okay. Sure, buddy. Sure, Jan. Absolutely. Sir Resby says, once I jumped in a pool and made a few curls wet immediately. See? Double entendre. I happen to know that that's, nice joke. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. and use that to take a nice long drink. Let's see, Mr. Rasby says, I just decided to share something unrelated of current context, but it ended up being, like, tangentially related. So, it works. So, first off, I want to thank you guys for, you know, hanging out with me. It's been fun. Especially as the jokes have gotten a little bit more downstairs. You know, downriver, if you catch my drift.
Sure, Jan.
Ooh, oh my God! Look at that water! Look at how polluted and green it is on the map. Ugh! Oh, they did a good job capturing that one. Oh my God. I almost just did not register how green that water was. Anyway, if you guys like this content, you like me, you like my audience, or you like the whole package or something else unrelated altogether, do consider liking on, you know, subscribing on YouTube, liking the video, and maybe even leaving a comment if you're feeling saucy and you want to let YouTube know that you're human. Or, you know, if you're on Twitch, please do consider, you know, following on Twitch. You get free emotes just for that trouble. Also, even though you could join the Discord even without following or subscribing, you get benefits just for doing that. That said, we do take commercial breaks around here at the top of the hour. They last 3 minutes. There will be a timer right above my head. When that timer reaches 0, I will have returned to my desk. The ads will be over, and we can get back to the gaming. We can pick up where we left off. I highly recommend everyone take a break at the exact same time. That way, no one misses out on anything. And with that, we're going to quickly catch up on messages, and I will keep things moving. Mr. Jason says, how is it that time again? Already that time again. Time truly does fly when you are having fun, Mr. Coin. Indeed. It's a double entendre. Mr. Espy says, yeah, what were the odds? I mean, I don't know the answer to that one, good sir. Probably, probably just by complete random chance, or, you know, there is some kind of intentionality behind it. Mr. Resby says, and I asked them, did you get wet? Did you get wet because of me? To not be a jerk. Right, exactly. See? Like, there's still ways to tastefully use that sentence. User 11 says, the water's the same color as the paths? Yeah, it is. I just noticed that. Mr. Rasby says, but if we all take a break at once, how does any of us know when to get back to do it at once? Well, I mean, I did say it was 3 minutes long and at the top of the hour, right? Top of the hour means when the hour, it reads a number and some zeros. But not everyone knows what that means either. I could honestly make a little infographic to play alongside the video, but I don't know how I don't know how I would put that together really. Let's get these investigated or revealed, and then we can go from there. I think I know what our next dungeon looks like. Yeah, because it's got water right there. Ugh, look at all that inky sludge. Ugh, gross. And is that a, like, filtration platform? We'll have to see that after the commercial break. Thank you guys so much. See you then. Sorry about that, everybody. Let me catch up on messages. Also, welcome back. Let's see. Mr. Esby says make an analysis. Oh, also I should check YouTube. Don't see anything there. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, I'm calling it a day for today. You need to seriously consider to keep your sleep schedule all strict during work days. Of course, Mr. Shiny, work comes first. I thank you so much for any amount of time you spent stopping by. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, but if for whatever reason you can't, the world decides to keep us apart, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. Sorry, I've also got the cocoa burps, apparently. Let's see, Mr. Esby says, couldn't agree more. Today you got flack because of your lack of one. People at work, people at home, or someone else unrelated. I hate that, especially if the people giving me flack don't have their life together. It's like, well, I'm doing what you do. The difference is you get upset, and you're allowed to be upset. But if I get upset, you get mad. I hate that, the hypocritical nature that some people have. It is my #1 pet peeve outside of, like, actually illegal things or heinous things happening. I hate hypocrisy. I hate it as much as lying, just about. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coinus. We're in the second hour now. Your usual message now applies regarding the top of the next hour. Yep, you will at some point need to wash pots. Can't really moan, as that's all you have to do, and you're pretty fortunate. I think the word there is probably bemoan, but yeah, sure. Moaning works. It's being used in the same capacity as complaint. That's fine. Mr. Esby says the Godfather does really have some business to attend to. Indeed. Oh my god. Mr. Resby says, moaning works. Monka W. Oh no, Mr. Coin. In the UK, it is moan. We love to moan. Oh, well. That's funny. I know. Why does it sound reasonable? Well, to moan and complain about something, right? I get the sentence. It's like, why are you moaning about X or Y? Like, people are so used to moaning in, like, the sexual context that people forget in English it does have a formal meaning, too. Formal as in it has a legal use case that doesn't result in people getting mad. Not sponsored by Cheerwine or Pepsi. Alright. What, Aracuda is flying this way. Bye. Mr. Esby says, oh, no. What the heck? Okay. Mr. Esby says, what the F? Why does it sound reasonable? And why Coin is saying it formally is. It's not something I'd be surprised to hear. Mr. Jason says, Brits like to wait in queues and moan about waiting in queues, Mr. Coin. Yeah, I think I remember that sentiment being circulated on the internet. If there's like any group of people that really love, you know, being on cue about things, it would be, you know, all of the Englishmen across the sea or ocean. Mr. Esby says, Keck W's stream got stuck right after you said bye on my end until you paused and unpaused. So, I don't detect any drop frames. I hope everything's all right. Maybe it was a little bit of an internet hiccup. I'll try not to think about it too much if I'm being honest. It was your SRI agent checking in? Apparently. Sure, that's a good one to start with. Okay, so what I want to know is, do we... I wonder if there are quests along this that we should probably go and deal with. I'm not 100% sure. I guess it's probably worth exploring. User 11 says it also happened with you. OBS is not doing me proud right now. I really need OBS to tell me when we've got dropped frames, please. Or else laggy stream. I don't have anything else going on other than a file folder being open, which I guess I can close. Yeah, methinks it's a random internet glitch. It should hopefully pass. Ooh, look how abjectly filthy this place is. It's like some giant pigeon is dropping just old liquidy poops down here. Mr. Rasby says the Zelda stream is actually just chatting first, and then some staple streamable game. Oh my god. Yes, it's so true. I hate that. But you're right. I'm... Hold on. I'm gonna be quiet a second. I love what they've done with the theme here. It makes sense. Just look at how dirty and dilapidated this place is. All because sludge is everywhere. And considering how intricately carved all of this, like, luminous stonework is, oh my goodness, this would be a nightmare to have people clean all day. And most wouldn't even bother while, this is happening. I just wanted us to get a sample of what we were listening to. That's all. Stressby says, and I wouldn't want it any other way. I appreciate that. Yes. Listening for the FBI. I would be in a lot more trouble if that were the case. Mr. Jason says, I'm going to be quiet for a sec. Is that possible, Mr. Coin? We love you talking. I mean, it is possible. I mean, people can literally pay 5,000 points to shut me up for, or I might be 7,500. Hang on a second. No, it is... people can pay 2,500 channel points to destroy my commentary, or 10,000 channel points to make me not say something in particular. But so people can literally do it, but I do generally like being chatty, yes. Mr. Rasby says, coin appreciating the cleanliness of this place is how my parents would describe my room when you were little after not putting one bag of chips in the trash. Yeah, I get that complaint a lot. That vile sludge. I'm so sorry. Everyone has been treated now, but we've used up all the splash fruit. There were more injuries than anticipated. Please accept my apology. You have nothing to apologize for. You did what had to be done. Most importantly, I am grateful that everyone is all right. Mr. Rasby says they are not wearing any clothes. That is correct. They are fish people. They have they have slime girl physiology. Let's call it that. You know, they have suggestive features, but that they do not have all of the bells and whistles that would make them have to answer to typical censorship campaigns. And who knows, maybe secretly there are actually like small thin stripes under the clothes. They're fish boobs. Yes, clearly. Mr. Rasby says, we're asking you to tell the difference between these two pictures. You have the right to remain silent and destroy my commentary reward. Coin. They're the same picture. I mean, it's true. Look, if people aren't asking me to be quiet, or, you know, people aren't paying me in points to be quiet, I'm going to talk. And only shut up when I think it is necessary, or when there's a cutscene going on. That's the other time I'm quiet. Most importantly, I'm grateful that everyone is all right. Now, if we could only do something about that statue. Huh? You there, are you a traveler? I'm sorry that I did not notice you until now. I was focused on a matter of great importance. Zora's domain is in troubled times at present due to the sludge falling from the sky. Things have finally calmed down, at least for the moment. However, this place remains covered in sludge. Such a shame, as this particular statue is so incredibly important to the Zora of the domain. We were just discussing how we need to wash away the sludge. I apologize that I cannot provide a great deal of hospitality. Please do make yourself at home in this filth, sludge-infested place. Yes, absolutely. Hold on. I got a perfect one for this.
Gee, this is uplifting.
Yeah, this is a very uplifting place. Just look at all this filth. Mr. Jason says they're out of splash fruits. Surely they can talk to King Dorephan and get the royal funds to splash out on more, eh, Mr. Coin? That's pretty good. You arrived in Zora's domain only to find its people struggling with the sludge falling from the sky. The statue in the center of the domain holds significance to the Zora, and it is dripping with sludge. Well, let's see what these others have to say. It would be most expedient to use the splash fruit to wash off the sludge. However, we've already used all the fruit that was at our disposal. If this statue remains sullied, I fear that everyone will lose hope before long. I mean, it is. Have you seen the sludge falling from the sky? It's literally been goopy, stringy mounds of filth. Maybe it wasn't quite so easily, but if you just let me see. Where can I literally look at the sludge oozing off of the fountain? It gets drippy. Yeah, it totally would cause splashflation now that I think about it. Good thing I have all the splash fruit. Mr. Jason says when Link gets the Zora armor, you could say that he has drip. I'm also going to count that other joke too, though. Because I did catch that message. We must find a way to wash off this sludge. Sure. Oh, I'm gonna talk to everyone. Ooh. Ah, traveler, it is amazing that you've made it here through all the sludge. An enormous amount of that muck fell not too long ago, but you and I have somehow avoided getting caught in it. Thanks to Lady Yona's guidance, we were able to save those buried in the sludge in the nick of time. Ooh, sludgy fish. Terrible. However, now that gunk is woefully stuck to our domain's precious statue. How are we to rectify this? Do you not have splash fruit? It's Linny. Oh, I mean, hello, Link. I'm impressed you were able to make it to the domain. The contrast. Indeed, Mr. Rasby, the contrast. Mr. Jason says, good, clean fun in today's stream, eh, Mr. Coin? Yeah, splish, splash, we were using the splash fruit. But mine is getting the Shurjan.
Shurjan.
Absolutely, the Shurjan. Mr. Rasby says, ew, sludgy fish, ... However, ... Kappa. Yeah, like, what an awful predicament we're in. Moving on, just push that under the rug, if you would. User 11 says, I think they want the statue clean. I'm not sure. Yeah, we gotta talk to all the residents of the Zora's domain to get them to tell us to clean the statue. I'm not gonna talk to every single one of them, but I will talk to a good chunk of them. I'm impressed you were able to make it to the domain. The roads are muddied up with the sludge, and the river is so dirty we can't even swim in it. You really are amazing, Link. You, enough already. I can't stand it. It feels so cold and unnatural to call you that as though we're strangers. I thought it would feel weirder to call the hero of the domain by some silly nickname I gave him as a child, but... Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna go ahead and call you Linny. Ah, yes. That feels so much better. Mr. Jason says, I do love how Mr. Coin also reads the Kappa. I do read the Kappa, yeah. Oh, Mr. Coin, what's up, Mr. Jason? Mr. Resby says, oh, about for some Pokemon price stuff? Or that some limited edition that is limited? Interesting. Mr. Jason says, you will eventually clean the statue, but you're currently fishing for information. Look, at a time like this where people are demoralized, you gotta get a laugh where you can. Not at their expense, but at least try to lighten the mood. That feels so much better. You're more than just Link to me. I hope you'll forgive me for using my old friend card for that. Not a problem, Coda. Not at all. Anyway, you're amazing, Linny. Only you could make it to the domain under these conditions. I'm so happy to see you again. So much sludge. I don't know if I can take it anymore. Be gone, sludge. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? Be gone, sludge? Yeah, totally. And not any other thing either. Ugh, I've been shuffling all over because bits of sludge keep making their way onto my lovely beds. Wait, are you here as a customer even amidst the sludge? Oh, we're open, of course, and our beds are perfectly clean. He says, well, they are actually looking pretty clean.
Oh.
Enjoy a sleep as deep as the ocean, here at the Seabed Inn. Will you be staying? Our regular bed will cost you 20. Our blissful water bed is 50 rupees. Blissful bed? It is a special bed that's filled with water instead of cotton. It is like being embraced by the motherly ocean. The water gently enfolds you in its all-consuming benevolence. In fact, our establishment was highly praised by the Princess of Hyrule when she came to visit the domain. So would you care to indulge in the blissful water bed, which again, Princess Zelda herself professed her enjoyment of? Nope.
Hi.
Of course, we're always open, so please come back again. Mr. Resby says, I always force a laugh in awkward situations to taunt the awkwardness toward me, away from the people. Kappa. I'm willing to bet that you do less of that than that statement would suggest. Mr. Rasby says, Coin, the local health and safety inspector. Yeah, I'm here to grade Zora's domain on its filth and sludge and waste management, and I hereby charge it with an F for failure, for filth.
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Jason says, I wonder how much Princess... Oh, wait, I'm sorry, missed one. Would one buy Zelda bathwater? Ew! No, get that out of here. No. I don't even think about that. That was kind of a silly PR stunt that people paid entirely too much ludicrous amounts of money for. Please, please, do not buy Delphine bathwater, guys and gals and non-binary pals. Just don't do it. Don't do it. It's don't enable Belle Delphine. You don't know who Belle Delphine is? Probably for the best, actually. But she's a streamer. She's like a really popular streamer on Twitch. Oh, all right. I never knew, but time to look it up. Please do. I want to get us to all of this wonderful dialogue, and as well as... I'm surprised plants are growing in this filth, if I'm being honest. I'd like to get to the rest of this wonderful dialogue. Mr. Resby says, I do know who that is, and hence that you made that joke. Ah, very well. Yeah, just don't, folks, just don't. Just don't. What did I miss? Oh yeah, I started to read that, and then I missed another message from a different person. Mr. Jason says, I wonder how much Princess Zelda was paid to do some PR for that bed. Probably a fair amount, actually. Although she really doesn't have to do much. She just has to give it a good review. It was frightening when the sludge started falling, but at least the front of the store is clean. You see, Clef used the splash fruit to clean everything up. Just in front of the store. That's right, he used all the splash fruit that the store had in stock and made it so clean. Just in front of the store. Let me guess, you're gonna say something else about the front of the store. Well, safety comes first. And I must admit, I was acting out of fear. I tried washing off the sludge using some splash fruit, but now I'm feeling bitter over the fact that I used it all up before I could wash the sludge from that statue. I think it was a wonderful idea to attack it with some splash fruit from a distance. There's just one small thing you may have neglected to consider, Clef. The sludge was too far away, and you were a tad hesitant, and your hands were shaking, and you closed your eyes, and... that is quite enough. I get the idea. My god. Huh? The shop? What are you saying? Now is not the time for such things. We are also fresh out of splash fruit. Dang it! I wanted to buy the arrows. Anyway. Mr. Resby says, yes. Now the safety part of the health and safetyness. Hey, Grandpa, I know it's been a while, but we have a customer here. Grandpa Dentu. Oh, come on. Mr. Resby says, this is how the intro to the Power Wash Simulator is how you imagined it to be like. I mean, you literally do. I know a little bit about Power Wash Simulator. I think you literally do just come into an abjectly filthy place. At least you could wash it up with a hose the first time. Mr. Resby says, now is not the time for such a thing? Alright, there's virtually an unlimited amount of lewd jokes to be made within just every 5 minutes. Yes. And also, there are all kinds of references every 5 minutes with every speaking NPC in this situation. Sorry about that. The Hammerhead, our workshop that we're so very proud of, is temporarily closed. As you know, my grandpa Dento is the best blacksmith around. But since the sludge started falling, he's been in quite the foul mood. Beyond the sludge, my real problem is the weapons that decayed because of the upheaval. Worse still, the distinguished trade of blacksmithing has utterly changed in this day and age. Have a blade that is ready to shatter? Just take a monster horn or fang and stick it on, and that is that. The job is done. If my father's generation saw the state of things today, they would certainly flood the domain with their tears. God, be bitter, why don't you? We'll talk to this last person and then we'll do the honors. Mr. Espy says, those damn upheaval kids. Indeed. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, according to the tracking, your Pokeball Plus with Mew is due to be delivered tomorrow. Nice. You've made a temporary save file in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, and you've reached the point where you can access mystery gifts, so that you can find out if that Mew is truly genuine. I hope that it is, because I'm willing to bet you're going to be an unhappy camper if it isn't. The sludge is in my gills. Ugh. Oh, our poor statue, a turning tide, is covered in sludge as well. Oh. How long must we endure the foul effects of the upheaval? Honestly. All right, let's clean it up. Clean it up, clean it up. Oh. The turning tide. Yup. One more time. Wait, what? But that should be all the sludge, shouldn't it? Okay, it is. It is all the sludge. Interesting. That vile sludge. Ah, the sparkly, glistening form of our fish friend, our shark friend. Wait, what? Mr. Raspy says, I have a degree in economics. Time to make some courses on how to save money. Got a feeling for no reason that they'll come handy. Oh, God. Yup. Mr. Jason says, if it is genuine, awesome. If it is not, that's fine. You just wanted the Pokeball Plus, Mr. Coin. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, it's nice that you're even-keeled about that, because I bet there will probably be some people that will be like, I paid good money for that. I want my money's worth. There are a lot of people who think that way. So, yeah, it's nice to see some even keel coming from you. The sludge. The sludge. I see you managed to wash it away. That statue is a symbol of hope for the Zora. It is very precious to us. Thank you so much for cleaning it up. In truth, that statue depicts the majestic form of the pair who saved this cherished domain in the past. That is right. Beloved Prince Sidon of the Zora and his very best friend, Sir Link, the heroic Hylian swordsman. Why? Why is Link on the statue? This is bait. I mean, it's the real bona fide thing, and to the Zora it's fine. But God, Nintendo, think of the fangirls who totally aren't gonna Rule 34 this statue. It is simply wonderful, is it not? How I would love to meet him someday. I'm literally standing in front of you. Say, you have a similar statue to the Hylian, a similar stature to the Hylian hero. Similar eyes as well. Oh my, you're also a Hylian. Yup. Mr. Rasby says, what was the name of that statue? Asking for a friend. That is the Turning Tide statue is what it is called. But the people depicted on that are Sidon, the Zora champion's descendant that you meet in Breath of the Wild, and Link from that era, from 5 years ago. And Link is depicted riding on Sidon's back, because that is how that is kind of what he had to do in order to defeat the mechanisms on Divine Beast Varuta. Mr. Jason says, yeah, all to be fair, Mr. Coin, when the item is pre-owned, you do go into it expecting the Mew to have already been claimed. So to find out that the Pokeball Plus glowed purple when the seller shook it and took a photo, I clicked buy it now and went through checkout almost as quickly as I click on your stream when you go live, Mr. Coin. Fair, so you, like, seized a good opportunity. Makes sense. And a swordsman. How many more comparisons you gonna make, game, before you connect the dots? Wait, could it be? Yep. Ah, yes. Fastest hand in the West. Are you Link, the swordsman of legend? Please remember to mind your manners, Chroma. Oh, please accept my apology.
Yes.
Yes, please. What? I'm not used to there being a yes. These fish people are so gentle. Yes, please pardon our rudeness.
Whoa.
I'm quite surprised to learn that you are a legendary swordsman, Sir Link. Is that a cravat hanging off the neck? That has to be a cravat. Look at that. Tell me that's not a cravat. Tell me that's something else. Like, admittedly, you know, they're not wearing too many other clothes, but I think I know a cravat when I spot one. Mr. Jason says, and Mr. Jason clicks a Mr. Coin's stream very fast. Almost as fast as you ban a scam bot. I appreciate that. Luckily, you don't need to test those fingers here, Mr. Jason, for the most part. Mr. Rasby says, are you Insert URL here. Yeah. Are you a domain? Do you have a vast domain? A link. Yes, that's pretty good. Took me a second even, but I got it. Since I first arrived, I'm sorry, I didn't even read. I got distracted by the cravat. I have heard mention of you nearly every day since I first arrived at this domain. I am Prince Sidon's... Oh, forgive me. What? Forgiveness? No forgiveness. I'm joking. I am your best friend's fiance. My name is Yona. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason literally looks forward all day to a Mr. Coin stream. Thank you, Mr. Jason, but does not get disheartened if you have to cancel, Mr. Coin. You just eagerly await the next one. I appreciate that. Mr. Rasby says, Sidon's stepsister. No, I'm pretty sure Nintendo would have avoided that pitfall. Mr. Jason says, when 5 p.m. hits, I'm like 1 more hour until Mr. Coin. Indeed. I am truly honored to have the opportunity to meet you, Sir Link. I had heard that you were missing along with Princess Zelda. If I may ask, what brings you here? To think that such a thing took place beneath Hyrule Castle, and now you are traveling the kingdom to investigate. So your search for Princess Zelda is what brought you to this domain.
Sure.
In that case, feel free to investigate the area around the domain as thoroughly as you see fit. Oh, I have a lovely idea. If you do not mind, I ask that you please go and meet with Sidon. I am certain that he would be delighted to see you. That's wonderful, Yona. You did not need to apologize for being Sidon's fiancé. I'm pretty sure Link would not screw around with Fish Husbando, knowing full well that he and Princess Zelda kinda have a small thing. Yes, I just... the sentiment would be fine if Link actually had a relationship and not just like, oh, we work together to defeat an evil of sorts. Or even a friendship. But, Mr. Rasby says, I am sorry, I am taken. Is she the one who is actually sorry? I mean... She says, I am Prince Sidon's... Oh, forgive me. I am your best friend's fiance. She says that right here, 3rd line from the top. And she's like, the Zora are known for being eloquent speakers. So they're kind of like me. I'm sorry, they're a better version of me. They know all the fancy words. If you want to hear a Zora that talks plain, then you should go find a child, like a young Zora. They speak more plain. Mr. Jason says, and you, Mr. Coin? Too true, Mr. Jason. Mr. Rasby says, ah, yes. Ah, yes. Self-depreciation humor. Yes, self-deprecation indeed. Mr. Rasby says, I am ironically formal, but usually informal. Fair. I try to be informal, but I can be formal when the situation calls for it. I actually try to force that out sometimes, just to not sound so stiff. Mr. Jason is a patron of Hotel Chocolate, Mr. Coin. I know, I was about to say, it should be Chocolat. I feel like that was a type. You corrected that there. Mr. Rasby says, I speak in fancy words, first as a joke, but now because of habit. And get weirdly called out sometimes for trying to look smart, and it's like, technically, yeah, that's how it started. Look, you try to be, and then you become, right? Mr. Jason says, one cannot believe that that one misspelled that word. I'm typing that one almost every day, Mr. Coin. It happens. It absolutely happens. Mr. Rasby says the autism imposter effect. Well, it's like, I don't know about imposter, but like we do imitate forms of speech that are, like we have a higher tendency to imitate forms of speech that we're surrounded by. Some of us never really quite grow out of it. We don't quite get set in our speech patterns, and so we're constantly changing them. I know from experience. Or the autism copying stuff, Mr. Rasby goes on to say. Actually, this entire stream you imitated something and nobody noticed? Well, then you must have imitated it really well, good sir. Mr. Jason says, if I recall correctly, Mr. Coin, I think Hotel Chocolat is going for the French chocolat. Yes, well, the French might omit the T, but I am not going to. the French, it's fine. It's fine. And honestly, I think I have at least two people that would probably agree with me somewhat on that. Like, the French should stop omitting so many consonants and vowels. It's like really interesting speech. Mr. Rasby says it imitated another regular autistic person. Okay. User 11 says, so I'm the only one here that doesn't use expensive words. I mean, expensive is itself an expensive word, but I get what you mean. No, Aelin is also very much in that boat. They don't use expensive words either, quote unquote. Welcome back, Tension. Welcome on back. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Tension says, hey, happy holidays. You just beat the Master Sword Trials and Breath of the Wild? All three of them? Nice. That's awesome. Mr. Jason says, yeah, okay, that's directed at user 11. Aelin is literally into bitches. Imagine coming on to a stream and reading that as your first text, Mr. Rasby says. Indeed. Tension says, it took me like 7 hours. If you die, you gotta start all the way over. Had to do 51 levels. Yup. Yep. Trials of the Sword is a rough ride if you're not used to it. But, congratulations. I bet that feels like a particularly, I bet that feels like a good weight to get off your shoulders, eh? Let me finish the dialogue here and we can keep moving. I am certain that he would be delighted to see you. Sidon can be found at Mifa Court, located at the peak of Flamus Mountain. Why up there? And not where King Dorifon is?
Oh.
Lady Yona, it is time. I fear we must be going now. Forgive me, Sir Link, but I must be on my way. Well, for those that have come in relatively recently, you've come in at a good time. We are doing story stuff after 6 days of, cleaning up loose ends. More than I usually spend cleaning up loose ends in Let's Plays, being honest, but, it's nice to get those loose ends cleaned up. And we will get some other loose ends cleaned up later. But yeah, that's awesome. Did you already do the other DLC, Tension, out of curiosity, or do you only have the Master Sword Trials? Just curious. Let me check on the... Okay, there's like a long, distended conversation going on here. Gonna skip a lot of that. In other words, we got bitches, Rasby says. That's good advertisement. For certain kinds of streams, sure. Mr. Rasby says it's nice to get those loose ends cleaned up, and it's nice to get those other loose ends cleaned up later, too. Oh no, did I say it twice? Did I do an echolalia? I might have. What Mr. Jason message did I miss? Oh, I assume that was in response to what Mr. Rasby was saying, and that's why I didn't read it. Mr. Jason says, Aelin is into ramming bitches. As for into bitches, we don't shame here. We're a welcoming community. Too true. But only if you denigrate yourself that way. Yeah, I did the echolalia again. I wasn't even aware that I did that. Sorry. I usually keep that pretty contained. Clearly the repetition was questionable. The questionable part. Sir Rasby says, I'm sarcastic. You said about cleaning up loose ends. Wait, what? Am I? That is my job, the button man. Tension says, did you ever do the Champions Ballad where you just have a quarter heart? No, I did not. That's not a challenge I set for myself, but I did do the Ballad of the Champions, yes. And then you go on to say, you're on the Ballad of Champions now? Awesome. How are you finding that DLC, by the way? Well, let's keep going. But if it pleases you, after you met with Sidon, perhaps you can visit me at the infirmary on the floor above. I am determined to be of assistance to you as best I can, Sir Link. Sidon of the Zora. After the upheaval, sludge started pouring from the sky around Zora's domain. That foul gunk has caused much suffering. Yona, the Zora Prince's fiancé, filled you in on the troubles at the domain. She asked you to meet with Sidon at Mifa Court on the summit of Ploymus Mountain. Let me catch back up on chat again. Tension says, it's great they gave Link a Nintendo Switch shirt. Yeah, that's like that was like the OG, like, extra apparel that you got for pre-order and everything. Just really nice. Or as part of like the season pass, if I remember right. Back when I could afford season passes, that is. Mr. Espy says, you said about cleaning up loose ends, but that is your... Oh, I get it. Yup, I get it. That took me entirely too long. Your joke probably wasn't subtle. I was probably dense. That, like, I'm an idiot sandwich, but I'm between two pieces of moron bread, and I'm the idiot filling within. That's what I am, clearly. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Rasby, I do love Mr. Coin's streams, just chatting with Tears of the Kingdom in the background. Apparently, I need to get better about not doing that. Right. Yeah, that should be counted. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, the only kind of sad thing is that the Ploymus Mountain Lionel is now homeless. Good. He was our first Lionel. Good. He's a servant of darkness. He should be homeless. Of course, that is only being spoken of about the creatures of darkness. Let's see. You rinsed away the sludge in the center of the domain, revealing a statue that depicts you and the venerated Zora Prince, Sidon. This statue is a new symbol of hope for the Zora people, and they are overjoyed now that it is properly restored. Ooh, we got a new profile. Mr. Resby says, yeah, we both doing stuff like that so much that we've got desensitized to it. A little bit. A royal Zora from another domain. Known for her kindness, she was Sidon's childhood friend and is now his fiancé. She began assisting the residents of Zora's domain in their efforts to combat the sludge as soon as she arrived. A match for Sidon's selfless compassion, she dedicates herself to helping the citizens of the domain. Okay, well now we can probably go shopping though. Oh, so that is what you want to purchase? Yes. All of them, 60 rupees. Thank you for that generous spending spree. You have cleaned us out, and so I must restock.
Yeah.
Welcome. Let's catch up on chat again. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, nope, I already read that one. It's YouTube I need to catch up on. Tension says, I think I'm halfway done now. Almost collected every sword, bow, and arrow in the game. Awesome. You're really happy with this playthrough and all of your armor is level 3? Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Breath of the Wild's a pretty good game. DLC or not. How's it going, Clef? Well, to be fair, I'm quite lucky to have my health considering all this sludge nonsense. And yet we've already used up all the splash fruit that I gathered. My offerings are far from ideal for the time being, but I'm doing my best to keep spirits high. Yeah, we completed Breath of the Wild last year, or at the beginning of this year, and it was a good ride. And we continued right into Tears of the Kingdom right from the end of Breath of the Wild, and I've been enjoying every second of it, honestly. You know, bemoaning the Koroks aside. Mr. Resby says, yes, Jason buying stuff. Visualized. Are you sure you want to spend all these rupees? Instantly accepts. Yes, I am. Look, I farmed rupees, okay? I sold gemstones to make room. Buying Pokemon stuff, I mean, or chocolate. I mean, everyone has their vices. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you were watching a theory video on the Zora? I think I've seen some theory videos get circulated. Someone theorized that the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Zora here are descendants of the Ocarina of Time Zora. And the video showed one of the rock charts with references to Princess Ruto. Yeah, I'm vaguely familiar with this. And that though Zora made a new home, as in The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass, you can find silver Ruto crowns. And what do the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom Zora wear? Silver jewelry. And that makes extra sense as Yona has gold jewelry. Oh. Yeah, so the gold jewelry would imply a different domain, as was already said in the profile, yeah? BRB, very well, Mr. Jason. Tension says, are you doing Age of Imprisonment next? You bought it last week? No, I wish I was, but in truth, I am broke. And additionally, even if I had the money, I do not feel comfortable, spending money on Nintendo products right now. I do not like their legal policies and court bullying that they have chosen to engage in with Pocket Pair, aka Pal World. I'm not happy about that, and I'm not happy about the lack of quality controls over you know, the bricking of switches with third-party hardware, third-party repairs, or other things. I'm really not happy with any of that. So, I have chosen to put my money where my wallet is, or my mouth is, excuse me, and not buy anything. Even if I had the money to do so, that is. Mr. Rasby says we just reached 33 jackets and pants. Too true, Mr. Rasby. Someone will surely add a 34th jacket to this counter underneath me. Tension says I feel you, it's a shame because I am a huge Nintendo fanboy. I'm not like a Nintendo channel or anything, but I have played quite a few things on a Nintendo Switch. We've beaten Xenoblade Chronicles 2 on this channel. We've beaten Breath of the Wild. I like Nintendo's products. I just can't earnestly support... I can't earnestly support them right now. Tension says they fired Doug Bowser. Oh, did Nintendo of America do that? Interesting. Well, I can't imagine his replacement will be any better. And of course, my enmity is not strictly directed toward Nintendo of America. That's like fine. You know, we kind of knew Doug Bowser's history. It was just a matter of time before he said something inflammatory. It's all of the shareholders that have recently signed on under the main branch, or the, like, main HQ. Yeah, a lot of them are also directing for these changes too. So, still not happy. Tension says so they're going through some stuff. Yeah, I feel you on that one. I mean, with any luck, they'll right the ship and stop making these kinds of errors for the future. Mr. Resby says, I usually decide to put my money where my wallet is. It's a good place. Too true. Too true. Too true. Tension says it's a woman that replaced him. I forgot her name. It's not that important, at least for right now. Really, the big thing is, as long as Nintendo is continuing to go through with this Pal World lawsuit, I'm treating it like a radioactive mine. I'm avoiding it. Mr. Resby says, "Oh my God, Xenoblade Chronicles 2." Yeah, that's been a number of years ago, huh? God, I was a more spry individual then. My offerings are far from ideal for the time being, but I'm doing my best to keep my spirits high. Do you need anything else? Tell me about this place. Our seafood is so fresh, it's fishy. That's the new motto for our general store, the Coral Reef. But I'm not sure when we'll be able to restock the fish. I apologize for the inconvenience. Bye. Come back soon. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends and inductees and senators, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. We do shill during the first 2 hours. I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate the company. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. They last for 3 minutes. There will be a timer above my head when that happens. When that timer reaches 0, I will have returned from my desk, and we can pick back up where we left off. Sorry, my brain is literally farting mid-sentence. I have talked about the free and easy methods to help the channel out. I really deeply appreciate it. Appreciate you guys being here. Of course, that's more than enough. But if you guys are interested in being financially generous or feel like being generous, I have links to my Patreon, Coffee, and other places to donate money or purchase packages in the link tree in the bottom of the description on YouTube, or in the underneath the video player on Twitch where the social links are. Should be a link tree link. Just click on that. Feel free to click on anything you want in there. I try not to push people harder toward those links than that, because I know people really don't like being advertised to. I just got to do something to sell those platforms, quote unquote. Mr. Rasby says, I had regular hair back then. Remembering the past and getting nostalgic, or... Yeah, I know what that's like. You still had enjoyment for programming? Yeah, I was a bushy-tailed, wide-eyed student back then, studying biology and other sciences. How far I've fallen, really. Mr. Resby says, 3 easy ways to clean up loose ends. Plug them up, blow them up, and clean them up. Easy. Every time. Let's talk to some people. We're gonna be chatty for a minute. This document appears to be relatively recent. I must examine older texts if I hope to find information on the Skyland that Prince Sidon is looking for. Oh, are people gonna be preoccupied with their own goals? Oh, a customer. Welcome to Marrow Mart. Let me tell you about our fine facilities. Our convenient general goods store at the Coral Reef is open. Yes, even during these unusual times. Then there's our esteemed workshop, the Hammerhead, which is unfortunately closed as of now. Oh, and the one reading dusty old texts in the library is Lafflet. She's no shopkeeper, but rather the royal secretary. What are you up to? I'm showing customers around, except, well, the only problem is that no one is coming around because of the sludge. That junk seems to always be on my mind these days. I actually wrote a song about the sludge. You wouldn't want to hear it, would you? I'm not singing, but we will read it. Great, then please listen up. I present a work with lyrics by Marrow, music by Marrow, and performed by, you guessed it, me, Marrow. Sludge, sludge, it's filling up the domain. It's thick and gross and on everything. Gills full of mud, fins thick with sludge. Even this song's kind of a trudge. It's the sludge. Beautiful. User 11 says, please sing Mr. Coin. No thanks. No, that is a request I'm going to flatly refuse. I apologize, but I don't really have the throat for that today. There you go. It actually cheered me up having you listen to my song. Wait, you didn't lose heart because you had to listen to that, right? If that's the case, sorry about that. Let's start. Oh, well, we'll have to chat it up with more people after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's get to chatting it up with the locals, shall we? But first, before we do that... Tension says they give you an outfit from Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and Breath of the Wild. Yes, they do. It's the Salvager's outfit. Yep. It's based off of Rex's outfit in the same game. It's literally the starting apparel. Yep, I remember. It was part of the crossover event they were doing as for selling the game and everything. Okay. Ever since I was a child, I have visited this domain countless times as Lady Yona's attendant. Of course, this is the first time that sludge was falling from the sky. I cannot believe that the situation is so dire. Oh, do you have a question for me, perchance? If so, we'll do my best to answer it. Where's Yona? Lady Yona can be found up the stairs on the floor above. That is the spot we are using as our infirmary. There we are treating the poor souls who become ill due to the sludge. Ah, by the way, Lady Yona had mentioned that she may be able to help you, Sir Link. I wonder what she meant by that. So is there anything else I can help you with? Tension says, wow, I didn't know that. Fair. You're quite welcome. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that I personally played through Xenoblade Chronicles 2 on this channel, and when I say this channel, I mean Twitch. That was when I was streaming separately to Twitch and YouTube. I am so happy I am no longer doing that. And instead, we're multi-streaming to the same platform now. But yeah, those were different times. I wouldn't know that information all that much if it weren't for playing through that game myself. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you, thank you. Alan says you're in Rhode Island now. Nice, nice. Mr. Jason says I could see that Alan has just rode back into chat. Oh my god. That is funny. But that's like very cheeky joke territory. If it is Prince Sidon that you are seeking, he is off doing good work at the newly unveiled Mifa Court. You will find it at the highest peak in these parts, that of Ploymus Mountain. The road there is quite rough, so if you chance the journey, please be careful. I will be going up to the infirmary in a short while. If you'd like, please pay us a visit there. Alright, let's talk to some other people. I could ask, Sansan, are you doing well? But what if he isn't? How about Sansan, are you alive? Ah, but that's very rude if he isn't. Sasan? Aelin asks, did I meet Daddy yet? I have a feeling I know what you're talking about. We have cleaned off the statue, but we have not met him yet. No. We've not met him yet. Why am I acknowledging this as, like, truth? It is not truth. I am a stand for fishwives, not fish husbandos. I swear my siblings should be here. You two could probably, like, wax poetic talking about the Prince Sidon fan club of sorts. Yes, Sansan, why are you bringing him up? Do you have news? I overheard you. Oh, I guess it's because I mentioned him, huh? Sasan is my best friend and favorite person. He's Hylian and a traveling merchant. Pretty neat, right? We made a promise that no matter what transpired, we would always meet up here in Zora's domain on a certain day. Aelin says Sidon is definitely daddy. Oh no. I mean, you said it, not me. Ganon is too. He's a bad... Oh my god. What? So Sidon is Prince Charming? No pun intended. And Ganon is like Ganondorf is the bad boy. There is significant Rule 34 art thanks to the Tears of the Kingdom depiction of Ganondorf. Yes, I suppose that is the truth. Although I'm willing to bet some people probably made Rule 34 art of Demise from Skyward Sword. No, like, I know that's not Ganon, not Ganondorf, but come on. It was Ganondorf as he was intended to be rendered in a 3D setting. Sasan always keeps his promises. However, this time, that day has already come and gone and still no sight of him. He still hasn't arrived. That's why I decided to write him a letter. After all, I must do something. Good going, Finley.
Oh.
Aelin says, yes, exactly. Like, Demise isn't related to Ganondorf. It's more like the prototypical version of Ganon himself. But it's more... No one can sit here and say, why are we giving hate a form that looks like Ganondorf, right? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I've received your 5-port HDMI switch just now. Nice. The moment of truth to see if it plays nicely with my 4K Blu-ray with your 4K Blu-ray player. Good luck. Aelin says, let me do some research on the Demise thing. You got it. Us Zora sleep in the comforting embrace of fresh water rather than beds. That is why we prepared a special water bed at this inn, so that Hylians could also enjoy a nice watery rest. There's no sludge on it, of course, so you can count on us for peaceful sleep on a soft, clean bed.
Oh.
Enjoy a sleep as deep as the ocean, here at the Seabed Inn. Will you be staying? Never mind. Alright, so... we're going to finally move up to the second tier after talking to the guard, probably. Ay, this is rough. Sheesh, if I fail to clean this completely, the sludge mixes into the water and it spreads. And if it enters your gills, it causes nothing but trouble. Your body breaks down until it can hardly move. I must work tirelessly so that our children live long enough to speak with true Zora eloquence. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I was almost going to be disappointed as it didn't work, but then I realized, oh, I need to plug it into the power. Plug the power into it even. Yeah, exactly. Plug it in, plug it in. Aelin says, yep. There's 76 images with the Demise Zelda tag. See? Exactly. Eloquence? We sort of tend to speak more eloquently after reaching middle age. I hope that when I reach 100 years, I will also speak as beautifully as our elders, unless that is too old-fashioned. Get it? Old? I truly have no flair for humor. I should have shown more restraint. That's all right. It works. Oh, great work washing away that nasty sludge. Thanks to you, we are saved. Now it is my turn to play the hero. I am off on a quest to acquire more splash fruit. Lady Yona finds said quest worrisome. However, despite how I may appear, I was once known as the master of the spear. This is the perfect opportunity to retrain my legs and hips so that all can see I am still the master of old. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, your 4K Blu-ray player plays nicely with it. Nice, nice. Awesome. Congratulations. It's nice to not have to worry about that, right? Mr. Jason goes on to say that was the only device that was problematic with a previous HDMI switch. I actually have an HDMI switch box around here somewhere, but it doesn't play nicely with capture cards all that much.
Oh.
Ah, greetings. Did you come to see Prince Sidon?
Oh.
Aelin says, of freaking course they have Beetle. Are you Rule 34ing yourself, Aelin? Is that what's happening? If you're looking for Prince Sidon, he can be found at Mifa Court. And that place can be found at Ploymus Mountain. It has such an exquisite view, I've considered not telling others about it. Although I suppose I just did.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh.
Hey, Hylian, I hear you came to the domain for some kind of investigation. You should speak to King Dorephan. Ah, except he is out investigating the sludge. I do not know when he will return.
Oh.
Perhaps you should hear what Lady Yona has to say instead. She can be found in the infirmary in the back. She's treating those who were harmed by the sludge. Mr. Jason says it worked with your last HDMI switch, Mr. Coin. But that was only a 4-port a 4-port one, and so you couldn't add your eventual Microsoft Xbox Series X, Mr. Coin. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Aelin says, yeah, unfortunately. I mean, you're talking like... I mean, is it unfortunately? I mean, if it is unfortunately, why are you doing it? Is your undying curiosity, you know, outweighing your dose of caution you would normally exercise there, Aelin? Oh, this sludge really is quite stubborn. I dearly hope our patient recovers soon. Lady Yona, Sir Link is here at last. Oh, you really came. How fortuitous. I was hoping to speak with you about an item that you entrusted the domain with repairing. Your Zora armor. The repair is mostly complete, but it does require just one more thing. I need an ancient arowana. I can finish the armor right away if I can somehow acquire scale from that fish. We've not seen ancient arowanas around lately, and I have no idea where they can be found. Since they are used for making armor, Dento the blacksmith may know something about how to get one. If you find one, can you please bring it to me? Do that and I shall fix your precious item at once and return it to your care. As you well know, the Zora armor allows even a Hylian like you to climb waterfalls with ease. I'm certain it will prove useful to you. Please do not forget my request. Restoring the Zora armor. Oh no. Oh, okay. Mr. Rasby says back, while I was away, I was reflecting on the fact that we sometimes say we should keep it safe for work because there are children watching. And yet there's literally a sound effect saying, give me suck. Too true. There is a sound effect for that. Aelin says, I don't know. It just makes you curious about how screwed up the internet is. Yeah. I mean, there's like a morbid curiosity, right? That makes some amount of sense. Yeah, Rule 34. Also, is it Rule 67? Like, if something exists on the... Or is it Rule 63? I forget which one it is, but it's the... if something exists, there's a gender-bent version of it. I think is that particular rule. Mr. Resby says, bathtub. Enjoy. Unless that's not what you were going to do. Mr. Resby says, I see Aelin did some research. I say research without peer review isn't that valuable. Kappa. Mr. Jason says, but yeah, Mr. Coin, I'm incredibly happy to have 1 terabyte of additional storage on your Nintendo Switch 2 now. With how you buy mostly fully physical games, I feel rather confident that 1 terabyte will last most, if not all, of the lifetime of the Nintendo Switch 2. Yep, that's probably good. Aelin says there's a freaking sound called sex. Yes, that is true. That said, you do have to interface with it to find it. You can't just, like, go and easily click it. Also, YouTube and Twitch have entirely different policies on this. Like, TOS reads similar, but the enforcement is, like, a little bit... it's a little bit different between the live version, between YouTube and Twitch. Let me catch back up on YouTube. Tension says, I totally feel you about Nintendo. They want $70 plus $20 for the DLC for the Age of Calamity. Yeah, that's disgusting amounts of money. That is disgusting amounts of money. They have no business charging that. Also, the DLC had to have been, what? No less than like a month or two after the game's release? Why? Couldn't they have just delayed the production another month to literally put that in the game? I realize it's probably not the development team's doing. That's probably shareholders wanting the game released now, but it still sucks. Stresby says the enforcement is like sex. Yes, indeed it is. I mean, it is reinforcement. I'm not sitting here denying allegations. I'm only saying there are literal hot tub streams on Twitch you can find. There are ads on YouTube that show worse. If YouTube and Twitch get upset because they're literally mistaking the Latin number 6 for the word sex, which is in fact spelled the exact same, so the mix-up is understandable. Well, that is a literal skill issue for them. Sarasby says, local streamer does not deny allegations. Note-taking, truly at its finest. Tension says Nintendo needs to have better prices. Well, China needs to not strangle us on rare earth mineral processing. We also need to we need to find better processes for electric car batteries. Because otherwise we are going to run through those rare minerals. And we do not have facilities in space to process materials yet. If we do not have space mining, we are not going to get anything close to enough resources to continue. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, with the Nintendo Switch 2, you're just staking the Nintendo Switch 2 games. Nintendo Switch 2 editions and Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Switch enhanced games. You have your Nintendo Switch OLED model with an optional additional 200 gigabyte micro SD card for general games. Ah, makes sense. Mr. Rasby says, I enabled ads for the first time to check the ad filtering thingy, and the first thing you got was ads about clothes, women's underwear, and handguns. More specifically, women wearing that underwear. Yeah. See what I mean? It's disgusting. Not because, people can't post for ads. My issue is not that the ads exist. On actual websites where only adults are, that's fine. If people want to model and show off underwear ads, more power to them. But these ads are on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, and so on, and we know exactly the kind of people that frequent these spaces. Middle and high school children. And I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with them being served I have a problem with them being served lewd, indecent ads that are meant to groom and target them. That is absolutely unconscionable. Oh wow, there's like 2 strings of active conversation. Tension says, only game worth paying $100 for is GTA 6. Even then, I would say that's not worth it. It better be like 80 or 70. But there's no reason for it to be any more than that. Or at the very least, not more than $80. And they better not charge DLC with how much it's been on the production line. But that's me. Tension says, are that new Wolverine game coming out? Oh, is that like an X-Men game? Is that what's going on? Okay. Mr. Recipe says, local streamer confirms in fact that rare minerals are rare. Yes, sometimes the obvious needs to be stated. Mr. Rasby also goes on to say it was creepy to see that because they know the target audience, the toy handgun. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, when Mr. Jason goes to the next gen, you tend to keep the previous generation's console. Makes sense. Or in the case of the Nintendo Switch, to the Nintendo Switch, keep every single console. Indeed, in case they brick it. Mr. Rasby says, local streamer states that there should be more power to women posing ads. Kappa. I mean, ironically or unironically, again, the issue is not women in ads. The issue is who they're being served to. But I've already like stated that, so I'm literally beating a broken record on that one. Alan says, I think I'm entering a dead sense of BRB in like an hour. Very well. Oh, the Nintendo Switch to the Nintendo Switch 2. Yeah, right, exactly. Tension says it's open world. Oh, just Wolverine? Okay. Oh, could it be you've brought me an ancient arowana? Here you go.
Whoa.
An ancient arowana. With this, I can finally finish repairing your treasured Zora armor. Please wait just a short moment while I hurry to the workshop.
Oh, a tree. Grant me suck.
I am so honored to reunite you with this item, dear Link.
Yes, yes.
Your armor is as good as new. Yeah, so she's just smithing armor using fish scales and like luminous stone. Ah, yes, the fade to black. Audrey, give me suck. I need to tell you what that that quote actually says. Hold on. Oh, yeah, you explained. Yep, you caught me mid-type. That's good. Audrey is a character from... I'm not sure what DD2 is. Is that Dead by Daylight? But you would have said DBD if you meant that. Darkest Dungeon 2. Okay, got it. I got it now. Mr. Rasby says, I know it's Erdtree. Yep. Tension says, I beat Donkey Kong 100%. You saw the DLC, but was scared to get it. Like, Donkey Kong Bonanza? Right? Like, that Switch game, Tension? Your armor is as good as new. Do. We got the chest piece, but not any of the other armor. Armor crafted by a past Zora princess for her future husband. Wearing it would allow even a Hylian to swim up waterfalls. Please take this along with our well wishes. I am so happy I was able to return it to its pristine state. It is a precious piece of armor after all. As you well know, the Zora armor allows even a Hylian like you to climb waterfalls with ease. Tension says, yeah, Bonanza. Okay, yeah, okay, so I got the game right. I'm surprised there's DLC for that. It was like a $70 game, wasn't it? What? Like, oh, of course, this was before, I think it was right before or after Doug Bowser got replaced, so who knows? Mr. Resby says Darkest Dungeon 2 or regular Darkest Dungeon. Ah. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, Isabel and your ACNH island says our island has become so popular that people dream about living here. And Mr. Jason was like, what do you mean by has become, Isabel? Mr. Jason takes great pride in the luxurious vibe of the island. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, I'm gonna have to call it now. I've been here for the whole day. You need some rest. Good luck. Thank you so much for stopping by. User 11, your company is much appreciated. I do hope to see you sooner rather than later. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. But if for whatever reason this world keeps us apart, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we are going to continue catching up on chat as we are getting, I'm getting quite the deluge of messages. I feel like I could do a just chatting stream now, and I could probably carry a nice 2 to 3 hour session of that. Mr. Resby says, wait, your friend It received a call. Our IT received a call. Be right back. Very well, Mr. Rasby. I don't know. Man, I'm getting just so jaded on games these days. And, you know, it doesn't help that I can't afford them. But... Oh, I think a user called him. Oh. The 11th, actually. Oh, this has to be a joke. This has to be a setup for a joke. Mr. Jason says if we did a just chatting stream, Mr. Coin, I don't think I could tell the difference. I mean, we wouldn't have the video game. we would have like music, and I probably wouldn't be able to like upload this to YouTube, stream to YouTube, etc., etc. Mr. Raspy says, guys, let's just chatting while you do some Zelda grinding. It's getting to be that way. Mr. Raspy says, user 11 says, I'm gonna have to call it now. Oh, ha ha. Good one. I totally wasn't dense in that. That's also part of why that laugh came out. Yes, that laugh is also a self-roast. In addition to other things. Tension says, I feel that. Call of Duty coming out doesn't even look like Call of Duty. And I'm scared for Metroid. They should have left the bike out of the game. Oh, the bike looks like fun. I just wish it didn't have Adam Malkovich's voice on it. That's really about the only thing I would complain about. Adam Malkovich's like voice on the ship, fine. As an assistant in the suit, fine. In the bike, though, maybe, maybe not. Assuming they still kept that in, of course. Mr. Rasby says, I think playing a game during a just chatting is still good because there will be silent moments. Yeah, but it wouldn't be right. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, the bike is okay, but that Miles? No thanks. I'm not sure what the joke is, but it's fine. I assume that's what it was. Stressby says, you just play something where you grind and collect stuff like we did with the Korok. Oh, that's not a joke? Cool. I can subtract that then. That counter does more than add things. Okay, I gotta focus on getting us out of this dialogue, so I'm gonna tighten up for a second while we do that. Of course, it will not help you with climbing waters that have been tainted by sludge. Can you tell me where the other pieces are? However, with your great skills, Sir Link, I am certain you will find a way up that waterfall, clouded though it is.
Whoa.
Please use this well for your investigation into Princess Zelda's whereabouts. You used the ancient arowana you gave her, or Yona used the ancient arowana you gave her to fix the Zora armor. With this armor, you could climb up waterfalls. A lot of people don't like that, Miles. Not sure who you're referring to. I know of a Miles Morales, but that's like that Miles has an I in it. Mr. Rasby says, ancient marijuana. Ancient marijuana. I know that's purposeful, but that truly would be an accidental misread of all time. Mr. Rasby says, ah yes, Miles from Outlast 1. Mr. Rasby says, I kid you not, I genuinely heard ancient marijuana and me reading it like a regular sentence, not budging a laugh. I mean, that's the most wild stuff. I don't think I actually said marijuana, though. Coin's been in the hood. I am in a house that smokes the stuff, is what's going on. Tension says, I think movie directors need to start writing stories for games. I mean, the thing, though, with that, Tension, is that's not really any different than what game studios do now. They actually have storyboarding departments. I don't know if you know that. Yeah, they've got storyboarding departments, like narrative departments. And that their whole thing is to come up with the lore and the story. Of course they do other stuff, because like literally the entire block of the dev team could all come up with the story. So, but they're like the ones that are definitely expected to like make the story make some amount of sense. She says, yes, you said Uriana something. Ancient Arowana. Hold on. I can pull up the item. Assuming I can find the fish somewhere. I know it's around here. Ancient Arowana. Right there. That's why it sounds like marijuana. It has awana in it. Literally. We hunted a lot of arowana. Too true. In green hell. Indeed. The previous word had M. Fair. Mr. Jason says in Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, Nintendo added a character called Miles McKenzie. Really? That's what they called the bike? Or the helper? And they give obvious tips. Do not shut up and make random quips when the pretense of Metroid games is the feeling of being alone. That's not necessarily true, Mr. Jason, because we had Adam Malkovich in both, you know, Metroid Other M, you know, although people don't talk about that game. It exists. We also had Metroid Fusion. We had the computer with Adam Malkovich's personality uploaded into it. And in Metroid Dread, we also had a computer with Adam Malkovich's personality in it. So Samus isn't always alone. It can be the pretense of the game, yes, but these days Adam Malkovich is kind of like a minor fixture in the game. In the games, I'm fine with him being there. I'm fine if there are other characters too. The issue is giving them the Phi treatment, and I say that with a hint of pain. Mr. Jason says most people are canceling their pre-orders due to that. Mr. Coin are just not buying the game. It's that bad, huh? I mean, people didn't cancel orders of Metroid Dread for having, you know, the computer in it, but that's different. Adam Malkovich didn't always. He said the obvious, but he wasn't like telling you what to do all the time. If Miles McKenzie is like not shutting up whatsoever, yeah, that feels more like a Zelda game instead of a Metroid game. I'm gonna be honest. I don't blame them for canceling pre-orders if that's the case. Let me catch back up on YouTube. Tension says I beat every Resident Evil and the new one coming out looks boring. Oh, I missed one from you as well, Tension. So sorry. I feel that. Call of Duty coming out doesn't even look like Call of Duty. Look, it's the enshittification, and that is a real word before people jump at me, of video games. They're all getting to be kind of on the same engine. It's not all there yet, but a lot of Western titles use UE5 now. Unreal Engine for short. Like they're all using the asset packs to kind of like help offset costs and everything. It's understandable. I get it. It makes sense. But if everyone is using UE5, then nobody is actually using their own engine, which means it all kind of looks the same after a while. Tension says I'm still gonna get it. Fair. That's totally fine. There are definitely diehard fans. If it weren't for the whole legal battle thing, I'd probably save up for a Nintendo Switch too, but the legal battle precludes me from a lot. Tension says, well, something's wrong because some of these games don't make sense. Ah, that's gaming for you. We're in a dark era of gaming, I'd say. Tension says it's the bike. I thought it might be the bike. Makes sense if it were the bike. Wild. I am sorry, but nothing but a burden ever since I touched the sludge. Ugh, the sludge, I'm powerless. Just gonna keep going. Hello, Kira.
Oh.
I feel that we, Lady Yona included, have grown much closer to the Zora of the domain throughout these trying times. It is all thanks to the role we were tasked with overseeing the infirmary and caring for the domain. Oh, I dearly hope it is not imprudent of me to say as much during such a dire situation. In any case, it is nice to see how beloved Lady Yona has become here, seeing as how she is to be their queen soon. This sludge, it makes me feel so gross. Ugh. Mr. Jason says Miles isn't the bike. The bike is called Viola or something. Oh, you know what? That does ring a bell. Because I was following the news. I should have realized that the bike was called... I think the name is Viola. I do think that's correct. But maybe Miles Mackenzie is like a computer installation on the bike. I'll look into that during the next break and try to get back to people with information. Mr. Rasby says, is anyone else thinking of this place, but with the sludge being replaced with other stuff? You're gonna say the 4-letter P word, aren't you? With, 2 pairs of identical letters? That stuff? That's what you're thinking, right? Or else it's doobie water? Like D-O-O-B-Y water? I could also see that reference. I mean, I could tell that's where the conversation was, like, teetering around. It's fine. I didn't use the actual word. Tension says they should have just given us Samus a jetpack. Everyone would have been happy. Samus doesn't need a jetpack, though. Like, they literally don't. You know what Metroid really needs? And this is like, this could be like an L opinion, right? And I'm totally fine if that's the case. Metroid Prime needs more ship exploration. We don't need ship combat. That can be whatever. I'm fine with the amount of ship intervention we got in Corruption. But I want more planets. They don't need to be big, expansive planets. But they do need to be more... There do need to be more of them. That's what I want. It doesn't need to be an open world experience. It's not even going to be open world anyway. It's still kind of semi-linear from what I understand, but... Still. Mr. Resby says, you said it, not me. I mean, if the shoe fits, wear it. Or in this case, don't wear it. It might be ridden with filth. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, in 2026, you need to get your original HAC001 Nintendo Switch repaired. You feel a little more confident in handing it to a reputable repair shop, as none of my data is on that system now, as you transferred most of it to your Nintendo Switch OLED model, and then to your Nintendo Switch 2 factory, and you reset the original system. Okay, makes sense. Mr. Rasby says, if the blank fits. If the... fits. Tension says, now the storyline looks good. I need to do more digging about Metroid Prime 4. Even though I'm not going to buy it, I still want to keep up with it.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
Mr. Rasby says, all right, gotta go, need to work on your sleep and wind down. Very well, good sir. I have left you with an insidious brain worm for your sleep. Enjoy. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope to see you, sooner rather than later, of course. But if this wretched world, for whatever reason, wants to keep us apart, then do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to try to get out of these dialogue boxes. Tension says, I've been looking at everything Nintendo did, and they are trying to be Disney. Yeah, everything they're doing is essentially Disney light or whatever. The only difference is like with Disney, right? American court systems don't let them get away with the same level of nonsense that Japanese court systems let Japanese companies get away with. Japan is very much a pro-corporate environment. Their shareholders take violations of intellectual property very seriously. It's the reason why Nintendo and Sony are as jumpy as they are about fan projects and stuff. It's like a lot of fan projects are an IP violation. Like, and they are not afraid to brandish courts and issue letters and do paperwork in order to get people to do what they want them to do. They have lots of money to make that happen. Alright, if only that sledge would stop falling. Alright, let's try to, like, keep things moving. So the infirmary is not here, but they're putting the kids here? My impression of King Dorephan is really good, isn't it? He's not in the domain right now, but never mind. I'm not going to say it's a big secret. All right, Tumbo. Tumbo, you're amazing. You sound just like King Dorephan. Wow. Wait, was that one ha too many? Oh, this is hard. Tejin says, yeah, you're right. I mean, a Japanese person could say it better than me, but to put this in perspective, right? And I'm sure I'm not saying things people don't know, but in Japan, as of 2022, there is a it's either 7 or 5. It's one of those two numbers. Million yen fine and mandatory prison time if you doctor console hardware to modify it. And there is a similar fine for software. Not as much money, but you still get prison time for that. That's insanity. And it passed. It passed muster in the Senate. I don't think it was like a unanimous vote, but I think it was actually quite close if I remember my history correctly. But it was like a few votes over the fence line. Like it took effect, the votes happened in like 2021 and it took effect at the beginning of 2022 if I remember right. People were outraged. And also a lot of people said, well, at least I'm not Japanese, so I'm not going to be stiffed with fines and jail time for it. It's just so sad. Because a lot of premier software and like emulation software came out of Japan. Because a lot of these systems are in Japan first. So they can already kind of be worked on and reverse engineered if people are working in the same native language. It takes us longer to do because we're having to literally translate hard code. If I remember my lore and like history correctly. Tenshin says Xbox is doing bad. The next Halo is coming to PlayStation and maybe Nintendo. That's not a surprise. Also, Bungie is not exactly in good water either, so they're trying to they're not pursuing exclusive contract. Honestly, let that be a lesson to companies. You really should not be pursuing exclusivity contracts. It's not good. It's not good for the health of your franchise. And I get the feeling Nintendo might find out in half a decade, give or take. Assuming we don't blow the world to hell in the meantime. My brother's super into pretending he's King Dorfon. He better not get carried away and say stuff he's not supposed to, though. Alright. So I feel like... I'm trying to think about where the shrine is actually supposed to be. I think it's like... I could look at a map to find out, actually. Okay. So if we want access to the domain, we need to be under here, I think. Right? I think so. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, it's right here. Attention, since that's all Xbox had was Halo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Microsoft is in such deep water that they're going to be selling off the franchise. They're going to be selling off all the factories that were making Xboxes for other stuff. It's almost like Bill Gates' empire is slowly coming to a complete freeze. We're taking a little bit of a break, is what's going on. I need to just see anything else, quite literally. So what do we have in here? We have a battery. I'm pretty sure it's a battery. Can't remove that one, so we use this. And this is probably... Okay, no, that's not it at all. Really? Oh, I think if we just do that. Hold on. I think if we, like, use this motion, we can probably, like, do something with it. Can we, like, slide this? No, not really. Okay. And Gears of War, which I do have some copies. Gears of War is a fine franchise. I just don't, you know, I just don't own the complete series or anything. Tension says I still, yeah, he had a good run, good old Bill. I still remember the movie where he walked in that meeting with nothing but a dream. And then, you know what Bill Gates stopped dreaming of software and started dreaming of... He started dreaming of healthcare. I think that's what changed. You gonna move anytime or not? Okay, so that's carrying some kind of charge. What do we do with some of this, though? I'm a little confused. Do we electrify the water? I think that's exactly what we do. So what? We kind of charge this cell. This will hold a charge for a certain amount of time. And then we can literally conduct these, right? Think that's what they want? Let's see if I'm right. Let me also make sure I'm not messing up on chat. Yeah, it's like, if you know your trade, you should stick to it. You shouldn't try to do things that are outside of your trade unless you know what you're doing. Bill Gates decided he wanted to get involved with the WHO. He wanted to, you know, work on the vaccines. He wanted to work with the WEF. That's the World Economic Forum. And while I'm not a conspiracy theorist by any means, you know, these are the people that make our world go round. Bill Gates, despite generally being on a downswing, I still think is a very influential individual, so to speak. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, you've connected it up to your TV and your Sony UBP X800M2 Smart 4K Ultra HD 3D Blu-ray player, which and the Blu-ray player works, which is as good as on a previous HDMI switch. It was the only problematic device, and so I needed that to work specifically. So I have a spare HDMI port for an eventual Microsoft Xbox Series X without using your TV's HDMI eARC port. I did not, if I could help it, want to use the HDMI eARC port, as the eARC is specifically for a sound bar. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, we just let that build up charge. Bill Gates, I'm sorry, Attention says, yeah, he's a deep person. I agree, he is a deep person. And, you know, just like every person on this planet, it's, you know, he's done good and he's done bad, right? Like, there's no such thing as a good or a bad person, or a good or an evil person. No such thing. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. Of course, we got all that nasty shilling done, so all I gotta do is talk about the commercial break. We take them at the top of every hour. They last 3 minutes long, and once the timer reaches 0 above my head, you know, once that reaches 0, we should be good to go. I'll be back at my desk. We can pick back up right where we left off. I apologize for the slow day today, but my channel is just as much about conversating. It is just as much about conversating with people as it is about playing games, truly. Unfortunately for me, I guess. I just have a hard time multitasking. I can't really do that. I do recommend everyone take a break at the same time. You know, that way there's no FOMO, no one's missing out on stuff, etc., etc. And the commercial break will well and truly be over before you know it. If we're all taking a break at once, nobody is missing out on anything. Mr. Jason says, you know your TV's fancy if there's a label on it that says eARC. Yeah, that has like a specific port just for a soundbar. Yeah, it's got like pretty specific bells and whistles on it. Intention says, they say in the next 5 years or before, the consoles are going to be CPUs. Yeah, I mean, they're already kind of like halfway there. They're like low to mid-grade CPUs, depending on, you know, like what exactly... is that still not technically on it? That may not actually use use the appropriate amount of power. We'll see. Okay, we do not have all of the chests, though. That we gotta fix. Gotta fix that. Okay, what gives? There are like 2 chests. Is there one maybe up top that I'm not seeing? Ah, that would be why. And people are, Tension says some people are trying to stay away from computers. Mostly because, you know, AI, right? Like, People are now using the real world to escape from the internet. It wasn't always like that, really. It's kind of ironic how things have shifted now, and AI was the Pandora's box that has been opened. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, the only problem is that soundbar, the best complement to the TV, is almost as costly as a TV. 999 pounds, Mr. Coin. Yeah, that's a lot of moolah for a soundbar. What kind of components does it have in it? It can't be that fancy. Honestly, it really can't be that fancy. It must have like multiple different like modes of it must have multiple different adaptations that it can fit to, you know, multiple different TVs that it works on, multiple different sound modes and everything. Okay, let's just move this up here and then quickly get up there before we lose where we're going. Yeah, this is the chest. Alrighty. We actually have enough lights of blessing to get a health upgrade, which we should probably do before meeting you know, Prince Sidon. Mr. Jason says Bravia Theater Bar 9, flagship single soundbar, 360 spatial sound mapping with Dolby Atmos. That's a pretty expansive spec resume. Yeah, I'm not surprised it's a lot of money. I don't know if it should be worth that much, but I could certainly see why. Let's see. Any other chats that have changed? I will see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. Hopefully you guys enjoyed your commercial break. Not the break itself, of course, but like whatever you managed to do to preoccupy yourselves. That's what I meant. Or if you didn't enjoy yourselves, I hope you were able to do something you wanted to get done. You felt that the break was productive. Tension says, did you know they're trying to make the Zelda franchise a multiverse? No. That's not directed at you, but oh my god, no. Why? Why would they do that? They've figured out their timeline. Why? Like, I'm sorry, but if they make it a multiverse, that is literally lazy writing. Oh my god. You didn't know. Nobody knows this is a trigger word for me other than me. I dislike multiverses a lot. I dislike them bunches. I also hate lazy wibbly wobbly, oh, we're gonna go back in time, but none of the events that we do in that time even matter. It's literally just an adventure. It's whatever. We do it, we step out, and then everything is normal again. I hate that. It is such subpar and lazy writing. Tension says they're trying to tie all the games together. Wow. That is, no. Nintendo Aonuma, get your head out of your butt and realize the mess you have made and don't fix it. Leave it as a testament for other games not to mimic. Oh my god. I'm sorry. That's going to be enough of that from me. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Upon doing some investigation while you were on a break, you can confirm that both the HDMI port 3 and 4 say 4K 120 hertz on the back of your TV, but the HDMI 3 says 4K 120 hertz eARC arc, and the reason why you chose to have a HDMI switch is because the swapping and changing of HDMIs will eventually wear out the ports. Yes. Although my TV is insured even for accidental damage. Good. I forgot to shut my door. 1 second. Tension says that's why they brought out Age of Imprisonment. I mean, that's fine. Like, attempting to say, oh, we're explaining what happens between, you know, to explain, you know, Tears of the Kingdom's background lore, right? I get that. That's fine. I have no problem with them expanding the story that way. Just don't be lazy and say, oh yeah, all the 3 timelines we had earlier, yeah, they all are gone. They're all gone. Just, it's all a discontinuous blob. Kind of, if they're gonna make, like, even Final Fantasy isn't written like that. It literally, each game is just meant to be kind of like self-contained. Tension says he watched this one video that told everything. I'm definitely going to have to look at that, because that might impact the story, like how I tell it. With the video essay and everything. Mr. Jason says on Sony's product page, Mr. Coin, it says, and I quote, "It doesn't even matter which seat you're in. It doesn't even matter what your room's acoustics are like. Sound field optimization lets everyone experience movie theater surround sound." Oh, that's a slogan for sure. Tension says they don't even remember Zelda and Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, that makes some amount of sense. I mean, before she was imprisoned inside of... She was literally fighting off the calamity herself. And then in Tears of the Kingdom, you know, she disappears again. And it's just the story isn't that much of a I just mean the story is not that unclear, right? Tension says, I mean Link in general. I know Zelda's the princess. Right. Well, yeah, people don't know Link because Aonuma is still fighting the Link is a self-insert character thing that was there back from, like, Ocarina of Time. Really, quite honestly, it wasn't until Breath of the Wild where Link kind of just had that name and, like, just always had that name. Like, they stopped letting the player self-insert. That makes sense. Yeah, they don't remember Link in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Right. I get your sentence. I realize what you had meant to say. I mean, that's kind of just not a big deal. That's honestly just a leftover of him still being the self-insert character, for better and worse. Honestly, it would be better if they like just kept the convention of not letting him be a self-insert character. Like, he has his own story, his own lore. It's fine. He can have that. Just the multiverse thing. The multiverse thing really sets me off. It really does. Magic the Gathering has a multiversal universe. There are lots of franchises that have multiversal universes, and I hate those too, because usually they're just, here are these self-contained adventures, and we're not going to, you know, do anything else with them. Mr. Jason says, although Mr. Coin, there's a considerably cheaper Bravia Theater U wireless neckband speaker. Neckband speaker? That's interesting. Tension said the video said that and it blew your mind because they were right. Yeah. I could see why that opinion would be so agreeable. It really just comes down to we're going to put an opal in this is what's going on. I have a reason for that. One in which some people watching might not be super duper familiar with. Let's get the magic scepter with an opal. Look at all that sludge just melt away as soon as we use the rod. It says they might do it because Link is 200 years old, and technically so is, like, Zelda for that matter. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. And Ganon keeps coming back. That he does. Generally, though, when... Like, I know the Wild games do it differently, but generally speaking, like, the way that the lineages are supposed to work is eventually, you know, Link has children, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be with the princess. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But he eventually ends up having children, or has descendants, I should say, and his descendants are like the next stand-in. So supposedly you're playing a different Link most of the time when you're playing a Zelda franchise title. Mr. Jason says also, Mr. Coin, randomly, most people were complaining about the Nintendo Switch 2 demo game not being free, but they were okay. But then people were okay with the 1-2 Switch. Kappa. My God. Yeah, that's true. I think, didn't Ant Dude talk about that? I thought there was an Ant Dude video, and like a couple of other prominent creators that discussed that. 1-2 Switch was basically a full price game. That's super stupid. That is super stupid. I hope Nintendo eats like pittance for lunch on that one. That is literally stealing from your customers. Ah, it is you. You really helped me out. So here's a bit of advice for you. If your gills, no wait, you're a Hylian. What is that thing called? Ah, your nose. In any case, if that thing gets stuffed up with sludge, you can wash up in the water from that waterfall. Do not worry, that is the water that Prince Sidon cleaned at Mifa Court, which is upstream. I recall that Prince Sidon was once a tad headstrong, and now he is handling this sludge with utmost patience and maturity. I suppose the old wisdom holds true. Turbulent waters produce strong fish. Okay, we're just gonna clean up our pathway over to Mount Ploinus, which I believe is over that way. I believe there are like stairs we could use to like generally move in that direction. So we're not doing a bunch of unnecessary climbing. Tension says, yeah, like that Mario Galaxy, they've brought that out. When you say brought that out, do you mean like a remake or a remaster? Is that what we're talking about here, Tension? I just want to make sure I haven't crossed wires somewhere and I'm misunderstanding things. I want to make sure I'm not doing that. Because if so, then yeah, I generally agree. You know, Nintendo brings out remakes and remasters all the time. I think this is like, what, the second like batch of Super Mario remasters? Which I guess every company has remasters, right? That's fine. If we're creatively defunct right now in gaming, without a bunch of cultural issues needing to be solved, then honestly we should just remake and remaster things, because that's what will make people money. You know, there won't be any complaints. Tension says, yep, okay. I thought that's what we were talking about. Thank you for confirming that, though. I can trudge through that just fine. I just don't want to be, you know, I don't want to, like, roll into it or get knocked into it, is what I am understanding. We will have to do some climb. Oh, we could use... I don't know why I'm doing that. I could literally just go to the waterfall. That's what I'm supposed to do. Hold on. Mr. Jason says, I think that Tension is meaning the recently released Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2 that got a lot of heat online for being $70. Ah, yes. Much deservedly, I might add. That should not have been 70. That should have been 60. Unless the Switch 2 versions had like just really amazing really amazing Switch 2 features. That is not worth you know, that is not worth $70. That's gross. Again, it's stealing. It's bona fide stealing. They are literally stealing from their audience, from their customers. I do not like this. But the most we could really feasibly do is just, you know, put our money where our mouth is and not support that, right? You know, let them, you know, lose profits, right? And if they lose enough money... If they lose enough money, they'll stop doing that, I guess is what I want to say. Gotcha! I thought I was never gonna dodge that. I believe that was a challenge that Mr. Jason had set up for me as well. I was supposed to dodge one of those. I now have video proof of that, if nothing else. I'm getting pretty good at this game, I like to think. And this is coming from someone who is a Breath of the Wild veteran, of course. I was good at that game. I'm good at this one, too. Why, hello there. Come to me, my fishy. Wow, are you a fellow fishing enthusiast? No, I'm getting carried away. In any case, if you're looking to catch some fish, this is the best spot. That's all thanks to Prince Sidon. He's cleaning the water in Mifa Court, which is up above. Cool. Cleaning water. Yeah, didn't we see some grating-like things over there? Oh, we don't want to be there quite yet. Let's try to have a coherent outfit. My goodness. Let me make sure not missing chat, and we can keep going from there. Okay, we're good here. It is so nice to see you, Link. Welcome. Are you looking for Prince Sidon?
Hi.
You will find him over there, intently focused on his important work. I am certain that if Prince Sidon knew you were here, he would be overjoyed to see you, Link. Now then, please go and see him right away. Not before talking to other people. Shh, keep it down. The prince requires absolute quiet to concentrate on his important work.
No.
Wait, Link? You came here to see Prince Sidon? Well, since it's you, that should be no problem at all. I'm sure Prince Sidon will be thrilled to see you. Mr. Jason says you were heading off now, Mr. Quine. As always, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for your company, Mr. Jason. It has been a pleasure, as always. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, of course. But if this world keeps us apart for whatever reason, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm going to be ready in case there's a cutscene I need to, like, cover the display for.
Is it really you? It's good to see you, my friend.
Aelin popped up just in time. Came back at the perfect spot. Yep, you sure did. I hope things have been going smoothly for you. Yep, after hemming and hawing around and talking to people, we have in fact made it to Sidon. Link, it has been far too long. I received word that you had gone missing and was beside myself with concern. Whatever could have transpired? Nice cravat you have there, by the way. Aelin says I'm home now. Home now? Welcome home. Hopefully your travels were safe and, you know, accident-free or, you know, scuffle-free. I hope nothing foul transpired. To think something like that could have taken place beneath Hyrule Castle, and afterward you mysteriously awoke on a sky island? The sky. Could it be that the sky is the key to everything after all? My apologies. I've actually been wondering if those floating sky islands could be the source of the falling sludge. That is why I've tasked a Zora historian with investigating ruin fragments and all historical documents related to the sky. As for me, I am not at liberty to leave this spot at present, as I am uniquely qualified to deal with the sludge here. You see, old friend, this place is the source of the water that flows into Zora's domain. That is why I must use my power of water manipulation to separate the sludge from our water in order to clean it. If I cease, then the sullied water water will flow into our beloved home, and there will be much pain and suffering. That is why I cannot afford to leave here no matter what. Say, Link, does it not seem that Princess Zelda's whereabouts might be related to the floating sky islands in the ruins? Probably. If so, perhaps you should go and speak with our historian Giotto. His many years have blessed him with great wisdom. It is quite possible that he could provide you with some useful information. At present, you should be able to find Giotto continuing his investigation at Toto Lake. By the way, I hope you know that I am truly happy to see you again after such a long time apart, my dear friend. Visit me anytime you like. Your presence is never anything less than welcome and appreciated. You met with Sidon at Mifa Court. He has a hunch that the cause of the sludge is in the sky. In his search for answers, he ordered the Zora historian Giotto to investigate ancient documents in the fallen ruins. Speaking with Giotto at Toto Lake may yield information about Princess Zelda. Indeed. And we've got our lovely friend Sidon, the son of King Dorephan, an enthusiastic Zora with a zeal for justice. He selflessly protects the domain with integrity and passion. His older sister, the champion Mipha, fought Calamity Ganon 100 years ago. Link earned his complete trust when they worked together to save the domain years before. He now considers him his closest companion. Aelin says, and I will definitely give you a visit, Daddy. Oh my god, no. I'll do whatever you want, but still. I am loving the little motley of sound effects I have put together. Okay, speak at Toto Lake, huh? Okay. Toto Lake would be... There's Lulu Lake, Shatterback Point. That is the Rutala River. That is Rudo Lake. That is the Veiled Falls. Ah, okay. Toto Lake is there. Cool. Alan says, and even Yona or whatever can join too. I swing both ways. You know what? Valid. Valid. Like whoever you like. That doesn't bother me. Yona seems nice enough. I actually did not think that sludge clearing would come in handy. It actually has come in handy. That's really kind of cool. All right, let's take a crack at this shrine. We need a couple of fast travel points anyway, so we might as well do that. Oh, we've made good progress, I think. Ooh, that opal scepter is smart. I'm glad you think so, Aelin. Instead of trudging through sludge and having to climb cliffs to go over it, just clear it out, literally. Mid-air perch. Okay. Interesting. What, so these are like active, right? They're active. And as long as they are active, they'll sit in position. I'm surprised that they're teaching us about these now. Aelin says I suffered using Choo Choo Jelly and Splash Fruit. Well, I did mention, I think I've mentioned in a few episodes that opal scepters, or I should say scepters in general, are very useful things to have. And keeping around one as a utility weapon is generally a good idea. But hey, you got through it, right? You probably didn't miss the splash fruit too much, but the Choo Choo Jelly is a different story, I imagine. Okay. This is literally just put the thing in the middle and jump over. That's literally what it is. no, like, weird, you know, do something else with it. Ah! Already. I could already sort of see what we... Oh, never mind. That is a ladder. I thought I was going to get real cute with Ascend, but nope. I actually could probably get real cute with Ascend again, though, if I'm crafty enough. Let's see. Anything up there? No. Okay. Don't think we could foist it from here. No, absolutely not. Oh. Okay, no, I know what to do. We can literally just kind of like do this. It's gotta be... Never mind. Nope. That wasn't gonna work. And I feel like I probably mucked things up pretty significantly. Anything... I can't even, like, fix this. Other than by literally taking another one of these platforms, probably. Yep, that's kind of what we have to do. That's fine. Learning is occurring. Okay, we take this. We can probably just use it as like a ramp, right? Yeah, just like that. Alright. It was at this moment that he knew he screwed up. Too true, Aelin, too true. I've learned. Also, I'm gonna take this and this with me. And I'm gonna trust I won't need them, but we have easy references if we need to go get them. What? Interesting. Okay. And we can probably do this. That... Oh, never mind. We could literally just move that over. That's pretty easy. It's that easy.
Sure, Jan.
Sure it is. And then, you know, something complicated will come up. Clearly. That's how it's supposed to happen. Yeah, so, I mean, if you guys thought there were going to be useless Zonai devices, no, they seem to at least be giving us a tutorial with each one, right? So you're not really, like, you're not really, like, missing out. Or you're like, wait, what's this used for? No, it has a use. Unfortunately, no bitches to ram. Not today. It was mostly story day today. Maybe when we get to the third temple, though, I assume there's going to be a third temple. Then we will have, you know, we'll have stuff to explode. That's what I presume anyway. If I don't get a chance to say it, for tomorrow, because it's Friday that I'm not going to be, here for, then, you know, have a good holiday season, everybody. Or good Friendsgiving, if you operate that. You know, I hope you guys have good merriment, good cheer, good food, good company, and I hope that you're safe during the holidays. Like, the world sucks enough without misery and misfortune compiling it or compounding it at every step. Bro, there's 4 temples. Only 4. I know of a 5th. I know of a 5th. And I'm not saying that like, oh, Coin spoiled himself. No, Coin accidentally bumped into what he thinks is probably a 5th temple, in the midst of doing off-camera grinding. I can, point out that spot, actually. Okay, so down here is, I won't hover over it for more than like a split second, but this spot right here, yeah, that's another place. I just kind of accidentally bumped into it. I was like, oh, is this like just some old structure? Nope. It's an important place. Okay, so we need to move on to a... I guess it would be a... That's not... Okay, no, we need to talk to a different person? Maybe. Let's talk to you again.
Oh.
Riven is fussing again. His only daughter, Dunma, is on a solo assignment. I can understand why he'd be worried, but Dunma is over 60 years old. Sure, she still has some of the mannerisms of childhood, but she's a first-rate soldier. As a veteran soldier himself, it's simply not fitting for him to get distracted just because he's apart from his daughter. I don't know. I don't think it's unreasonable. Mifa Court Security Report, Riven. Day in and day out, the sludge never stops falling. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Prince Sidon, the water flowing in the domain has been kept somewhat clear, but the mountain path to Toto Lake and to Dunma is completely covered in sludge. When you want to sneak over there, remember to bring lots of splash fruit. Oh, you're gonna have a quest? Aelin says, yeah, you make a thing in a construct factory and bring it there. I think we bumped into a piece of that at the Thunderhead Islands. Like, we opened the door, but I think I knew specifically what it was. And so I opted to have us turn tail that day. To think that my daughter was chosen to join the Ruins investigation group. I'll have to pay her just a quick little visit later. Oh, my apologies. I did not notice you there. If you have a question, I will do my best to provide an answer. The Ruins? Oh, oops. I hope you did not hear me talking to myself. Well, you see, my daughter, Dunma, was selected for the Ruins investigation team. It is quite the honor. She's protecting Giotto, the historian over at Toto Lake, all by her lonesome, no less. She earned this honor for her part in clearing out the sludge in the domain. She's practically a child still, not even in the triple digits, yet look what she has accomplished. I am so proud. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? Sidon. Prince Sidon is busily purifying the water that was sullied by the sludge. It is all thanks to his incredible ability that the domain has been spared from being buried by that dreadful stuff. Yet he is unable to cease his work, lest we lose our footing and fall to ruin. If only I had that same power to control the flow of water, I could be of some use to our brave prince. Aelin says, okay, I'm gonna go help your parents with Thanksgiving shit. See you Monday. Very well, Aelin. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciated your company today. I hope Thanksgiving prep goes smoothly for you and your family. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I do hope to see you around sooner rather than later, of course. But if not, and this wretched world keeps us apart, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And have a good Thanksgiving. I mean that. And with that, we're going to continue playing 20 questions with Zora today. Where are we? With the sludge sullying all the water it touches, this is the last remaining source of clean water for the domain.
Hi.
Look, can you see it? That promontory. Our statue of Mipha, the Zora champion, is there. That's why it is called Mipha Court. Oh, they moved the statue. Please protect us in our time of need. That is the prayer that my heart extends in the presence of Mipha's statue. Oh, it seems I got a little carried away chatting with you. I will return to guarding Prince Sidon shortly. Our prince cannot leave this place, but worry not. I swear that I will protect him with my very life. Let me make sure I've not missed chat on other platforms. No. Okay. Should we go up there? I feel like, isn't King Dorephan up there at the moment? Let's go see if I'm right. I hope everyone's enjoyed the surprisingly lacking gameplay today. I'm just bad at multitasking. That's really what it is. At least I think King Dorephan is up there. Please protect us. Wow, I was wondering who that might be, and it turns out to be none other than Link. Look, do you see how much Ploymus Mountain has changed? It now enshrines a glorious statue of Mipha. She looks after the Zora from here, just like she always did. The reason we can endure this sludge is because of everyone's efforts, and also thanks to her kind protection. Hello, my wifey. You resting well up here, guarding over the people? Is your soul at peace? I sure hope so. Okay, I have greeted my suite, and now we trudge out of here. And we head over to Toto Lake, which is where Riven's daughter and Giotto is. So I wonder what Sidon is gonna learn, because Yunobo learned to be more careful. And I'm blanking on a name right now. I have an item that will literally remind me of that. Tulin learned to work with others. So I wonder what Sidon is going to learn. He seems like a more complete character. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, I know that you said you were going, and that's still true, but Mr. Coin, how well would you say that you know of me by now? Because I absolutely would buy Nintendo Switch OLED model Pokemon Scarlet and Violet edition, as long as it was complete in box, just so you could get the in-game Nintendo Switch to have those specific Joy-Cons. Yeah, that sounds like a Mr. Jason thing. If you have the money lying around, then I could definitely foresee that being a thing you do. Nothing like cleaning off sludge. Water manipulation. Could not be me. It's not that I don't enjoy paraphernalia, just... welcome back, Mr. Fent. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay, Mr. Fent. You've come in just in time. We are working on story stuff. We got about 17 minutes before the stream ends, so you've come in on the tail end today, but I'll try to make your 17 minutes worth your while. I will never understand the ways of historians. Can you not conduct the investigation more cautiously? Oh dear, I certainly hope that you did not overhear me grumbling to myself like that. It's not as it sounds, really. Giotto keeps interacting with dangerous things. When I object, he insists it's necessary for his research. That makes things quite difficult for me, as it is my job to guard him. That is why I gave in to a moment of grumbling. Ruins. Right, do you see that opening there? Ah, the cave. The cliff crumbled as a result of the upheaval, and that revealed the ancient ruins. Mr. Jason says, I bought the Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons edition because I've been waiting. I've been wanting it since 2020, but because of an in-game digital letter from Nintendo that gives you another... Oh, but also because of an in-game digital letter that Nintendo gives you, otherwise easily purchasable ACNH Nintendo Switch furniture item. Okay, so because of the letter, that's why. And that revealed these ancient ruins. Prince Sidon immediately ordered a thorough investigation. Giotto is a historian, so this kind of thing is his specialty. He was terribly excited and is completely transfixed by these ruins. Alright. Well, let's go talk to the historian then. An ancient stone slate. This dignified presentation. Yes, the writing looks like waves upon a stormy sea. Extraordinary. This ancient stone slate was written by our Zora ancestors from the distant past and left for us to discover. Stand upon the land of the skyfish, a droplet, the watery bridge. Huh? Alas, I cannot decipher it. Ah, Link. Before that, Mr. Jason says anyone can get that island, but only people with the Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons edition can get that letter, Mr. Coin. Ah, so it's the letter you're after, as I believe you made clear earlier. Sorry, just straightening myself in my chair. Yeah, gotta have it all, right? Ah, Link, my apologies, I was deep in thought. In any case, I have news. I have made a monumental discovery. This is undeniably an ancient Zora stone tablet, or slate. Better still, its surface there appears to be text regarding the sky. However, the slate is broken, and so I'm unable to read it in its entirety. I deeply wish that I could view the full text. Alas, I fear that my fins are tied. The broken slate. Fent says, am a bit late. No worries, Mr. Fent. Like I said, I'm going to try to make your time worthwhile. We're working on just purely story stuff today. No Koroks, no side stuff, nothing like that. Just good old story. When you spoke with the historian Giotto, he told you he discovered an old Zora slate. There is information related to the sky written there, but the slate is broken and the full meaning is unclear. This could be a clue to finding Princess Zelda. There must be some way to decipher it. I guess we could take a look at it. Alright, we looked at it. I'm willing to bet that there is probably some stuff buried in the sludge. At least I think that's what's going on. Wait, did that just that just literally bounced off of... Interesting. Interesting. It doesn't get in our gills. Alright, so what are we meant to do here? 1 + 1 = 2. Not window, Mr. Fent, but fair. Welcome back, User 11. How's everyone doing? We're doing just fine. At least I think so. We are working toward the completion of the stone tablet, as part of dealing with the main story quest. I see it. It's literally covered in sludge. It's right here. User 11 says you won't stay long. That's totally fine. Stay for as little or however long you wish, honestly. This is probably like right... Oh no, we need to literally flip it over one more time. There, got it. Mr. Jason says the in-game system is matching their ACNH switch. Ah, okay. So it's like the specific model. That makes sense. What is this? The stone slate. I can hardly believe my eyes. Link, I must thank you. All right, let's see what this thing says. Oh, incredible. I can finally read it. Yes, I very well can. Stand upon the land of the skyfish and behold its lofty view. Among the floating rocks you see, a droplet waits for you. Through this droplet, shoot an arrow with the mark of the king. Do this task, and you shall reveal a most wondrous thing. See the watery bridge's resting spot with your own 2 eyes, that which connects the Zora to the people of the skies. This is an extraordinary discovery. This important text actually tells us how to journey into the sky. Though in truth that mystery just leads us straight into another. One difficulty has been overcome, and yet another has appeared in its wake. As it mentions the mark of the king, perhaps it would be prudent to consult King Dorephan. I assume that he will be returning from his investigation of the sludge shortly. User 11 asks, will we be doing the Zora's Dungeon tomorrow? Probably. Yeah, I don't have any Thanksgiving plans, so I'll be streaming tomorrow. It's Friday that I've got plans, and that's when I'm not going to be streaming. Yeah, we'll try to get the Zora, like, we'll try to get the, I assume it's the water temple. We'll try to get the water temple done tomorrow. Provided everything goes my way. The broken slate is done. Okay, Giotto suggests speaking with King Dorephan about the mark after deciphering a clue for finding the watery bridge. Right. So it does mention a connection between the Zora and the sky. Still, I simply do not understand it. Right. Okay, he's just gonna say the same stuff. User 11 says, there will be 3 days without live. How unfortunate. I mean, we all gotta take time off sometime, right? And I'm an American, so we do observe Thanksgiving here. I am not observing it on the day everyone else is. But I am observing it nonetheless. So... time with family is important. You only get so much time with them before they pass, right? Mr. Coin, what's your favorite tractor? Don't have one. Mr. Fent? Maybe a John Deere, perhaps? Giotto was making a big fuss, but honestly, even if I asked him to explain his excitement, a soldier like me probably wouldn't understand. Where's King Dorephan? Huh, you're looking for King Dorephan? I heard that he left a while back to investigate the sludge. That said, I'm not allowed to leave here because I'm on guard duty. For all I know, King Dorephan has already triumphantly returned. I see. User 11 says, I hope you spend some good time with them. Thank you. For what it's worth, I know a lot of our folks here don't celebrate Thanksgiving or Friendsgiving, but I do hope the holiday season is one that you celebrate with pride. I hope that this winter, the winter season is, you know, fruitful and bountiful to you. Mr. Fent says bye. Goodbye, Mr. Fent. Thank you so much for stopping by. I do hope to see you sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't see you for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm totally not going to get caught. Yeah, I just alerted an entire camp. That totally didn't happen. Let's see what we can get accomplished in these next 7 minutes. Oh, really? That's... Wow, they really fought to get up here, huh? Good night, Mr. Fent. Sleep well. Just gonna... I really should be, like, wiping these places as we, like, move up the mountain. Might need to keep opal scepters lying around for just such a trip, actually. Have I wiped all the shrines already? No. So, the, user 11, I'm glad you asked that. The way that I've generally, go through story regions is that while we're here in the story region, I focus purely on the story. I might get a shrine here or there for traveling around easier, but I generally do not touch, like, extra stuff. We focus right on the story, nothing else. And then after the story, we go and grab any non-mandatory shrines or any shrines that are not strictly quote-unquote necessary, along with the Koroks and other some such things.
Hey!
Link, have you made any progress in your search for Princess Zelda? So, the stone slate Giotto was researching had that written on it. The land of the skyfish. Floating rocks with a floating droplet among them and the mark of the king. This mystery only deepens. I truly wish that I could be of some use to you. The mark of the king? The mark of the king, eh? I am sorry, but I have no idea what that could be. As Giotto often tells me, when in doubt, ask my father. He is not the beloved Zora king for nothing, after all. Oh, you meant if I completed all the shrines? Oh, no, I've not done that. We're still working toward that, though. He left the domain to investigate the sludge. That is all I know. I am hopeful that he'll return soon. Perhaps you could try visiting the throne room. As you may recall, it is in the center of the domain. I see. It was good seeing you, Link. If you find something, or if you need anything at all, know that I'm always here for you. Actually, yes, I would like to inquire about that. It is filthy. That much is certain. With my ability to manipulate water, I've been separating the clean water from the sludge. If I cease what I am doing, the filthy water will flow into our domain and cause much suffering for the Zora. That is why I cannot leave this place no matter what. How about Yona? Lady Yona, she is, well, my fiancée. I intended my bride-to-be. We were quite close when we were children. I remember those days with utmost fondness. I must admit that I've been a tad awkward around her. We were apart for so long, yet we have barely spoken since she arrived. Now she's lending a kind hand at the domain because of our current situation, and I can't bring myself to face her. What? Why? You're both working hard to, you know, protect your people. It's got to be because of, like, unresolved childhood issues. Let's go to the domain. User 11 says, all right, Mr. Coin, I'll go now. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much for stopping by, User 11. I do hope you rest well and are well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, of course. But if for whatever reason this wretched world keeps us from one another, do stay safe and take care of yourself. And happy holidays if you observe them. Otherwise, have a good rest of your day. And with that, I will probably press on just a little bit longer to talk to King Dorfan and figure out our next steps. Okay, this water looks clean, so we can probably, like, use it. We may need to sidetrack to get the other pieces of armor, presuming that that's even available. Also, let's go ahead and exchange this while we're here. Heart container, please. Nice. Oh, hello. Hey. Hey, Hylian, how's the investigation going? He went off to investigate the sludge. I assume he will be returning to the throne room shortly. The throne room has become a play area for the children. It was Prince Sidon's brilliant idea to give them somewhere safe to play. Even in these trying times, he is so thoughtful. Their parents were quite relieved. This will help keep them safe and healthy, which will also make Lady Yona's work easier. The young ones are overjoyed and already playing, since they have lots of energy to burn since they have not been able to go out. Leto, who was just cleaning the throne room, had to hide in a corner to get out of their way. There were a few who opposed at first, but Prince Sidon knew how beneficial it would be. I have much to learn from him. Alright, let's keep our outfit cohesive, and let's head to the throne room. King Dorphin Super Punch and Super Kick! Yeah, yeah! I'm so big and strong! Wah! Oh no, I got beat! The sludge is so yucky! Ah, you got me, you big dumb monster! There's no other choice. I'll have to hide in a secret spot. And that spot is... What's up, guy? We're full up on folks who are allowed to play our King Dorphin game. We can't keep playing with you here, so take the hint and scram. The secret spot where King Dorphin's hiding, it's... Yes, I know. Well then, when I was cleaning the throne room, the children shooed me away. They declared that they were playing a secret game and insisted vehemently that adults are not allowed. I did hear something interesting about their little game, though. They're allegedly pretending to be King Dorphin. What's more, it seems they're recreating recent events. It is ill-advised to allow them to mess around over there. As an adult, I must participate. I mean, watch over them. The question is, how do I sneak a peek? I wonder if there's somewhere I could hide. Probably. And it's probably back behind there. Assuming I can... Maybe like here. And maybe we could, like, listen from here. I did it, but the sludge is too thick and gross. I have failed. My king, King Dorphin. Pretty please. Oh, what if you went to that one place to hide? Hey, come on, do it right. That didn't sound like him at all. I'm trying, but I can't play Muzu and the monster, not all by myself. Hey, I've been wondering forever. The secret spot where King Dorphin is hiding, what kind of place is it? I know, right? I asked King Dorphin about it once. He said it was a pristine sanctuary or something. Pristine sanctuary. Sanctuary. So I guess it's a spot with clear water? Somewhere you can get your tummy clean and stuff. But these days, most of the water around the domain is all yucky because of the sludge. Oh, I've heard there's some clean water flowing somewhere between Ploymus Mountain and the domain. And there's supposed to be a secret entrance behind the waterfall, too. How cool is that? A secret entrance behind a waterfall with clean water. That sounds pretty amazing. Yep. Hey, wait a minute. Muzu told us we could never ever tell anyone. It's fine. No one's listening. Anyway, let's go through our game again. This time with feeling. Can't we play something else? The pristine sanctumy sounds so cool, doesn't it? Oh wait, maybe it's the pristine sanctum, whatever that is. So it's got to be someplace between Bloimus Mountain and the domain where clean water flows. A place like that sounds wonderful. I hope King Dorphan is getting some good rest there. The coolest part is about how there's a secret entrance behind the waterfall. Oh no, 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 no. Ha! Hey guy, you didn't hear any of that, did you? Uh-oh, you weren't supposed to let anyone find out. Ha! Could it be that you somehow managed to hear what the young ones were saying about King Dorphan? Please tell me, what did they say? Ah, I've gotten carried away. I'll just have to find a way to hear their chatter for myself. I mean, I was more than happy to tell you, but whatever. Okay, so it's between here and there. So it's either Mikau Lake. It's one of these waterfalls is gonna have the secret entrance, and we need to find it. Okay, that's fine. So it's gonna be one of these. Okay, not this one. We'll go until we see King Dorphan. How's that sound? This is probably it right here. The pristine sanctum. Gah! Who approaches? That you? So it is. Link, how did you find this place? What cruel ploy are you plotting? Hold, my ever-loyal Muzu. If you speak in such a way without explanation, Link here will only be confused as to what is going on. Oh no! What is King Dorphan? No, buddy! Oh, Link, it has been some time since we last spoke. I had received word that you went missing along with Princess Zelda. Why have you come here? Well, to think that such a thing should transpire for the hero of Hyrule and Princess Zelda.
Huh?
You expect us to believe that Princess Zelda simply disappeared just like that? Do not sully your ears with your lies. Muzu, do you remember nothing, buddy? I saw Princess Zelda with my own eyes right after the phenomenon at Hyrule Castle took place. Calm yourself, Muzu. Link's eyes betrayed no hint of deception. He remains a trusted friend of the Zora. There must be an explanation. Link, I will now tell you what happened when we last saw Princess Zelda, as well as the reason behind my seclusion here in the pristine sanctum. We encountered Princess Zelda just after Hyrule Castle ascended into the sky. Floating islands appeared as if from nowhere. Sludge and fragments of ruins began raining down. Muzu and I had left the domain to investigate these strange occurrences. That is when it happened. Princess Zelda descended from the sky accompanied by a sludge monster. What happened next took us by surprise. She then unleashed the beast upon us. King Dorphan valiantly vanquished the threat. However, he was gravely injured by the sludge during the battle. As for Princess Zelda, she vanished without a trace. If word got out that Princess Zelda lost her mind and harmed the Zora King, the resulting turmoil would be devastating. That is why we are temporarily remaining hidden within the pristine sanctum. According to your story, Princess Zelda disappeared suddenly in the depths beneath Hyrule Castle. On the other hand, she suddenly appeared near Zora's domain and unleashed a monster upon us. The waters of truth had become murkier still, but from the Zora perspective, one thing is clear. It all leads back to the sky. This disaster, the sludge, the monster, and even Princess Zelda. It may well be that the answer to these riddles can only be found skyward. Sidon ordered Giotto, a historian well acquainted with ruins, to investigate. I wonder if any progress has been made. Yep. Ah, so you've already spoken with Giotto. You say that the mark of the king was mentioned on the stone slate that was restored? Indeed I do know of it. The mark of the king refers to a Zora king's scale. One of my scales, in other words. I have heard it called by the name you mentioned in an ancient ritual. However, none remain who know how it was used. If this particular scale of mine may prove useful to you, by all means take a few. There's no need for restraint. This is as nothing to me. If you run out, simply return and acquire more. Zora kings bear this scale on their forehead. It sparkles in different ways depending on the angle from which it's viewed. They were once used in ancient Zora's ceremonies. After all that has transpired and after much reflection, I have come to a realization. I must truly be getting on in years to have allowed a mere monster to catch me off guard. Perhaps the time is nearing for me to pass the title of king on to Sidon. King Dorephan. In any case, that is a matter for another day, after the chaos surrounding the sludge has quieted. Please inform Sidon about my situation and about the king's scale. Tell him there is no need to worry about me. Tell him that he must go forth and do what needs to be done. Speaking with... Oh, hello. I did not do that right. Speaking with Giotto and the Zora children led you to King Dorephan, who was injured when Princess Zelda lookalike loosed a monster upon him. The phenomena troubling the Zora, the sludge, the monster, the princess, all seem connected to the sky. Sidon will be eager to hear this news. Indeed. I am eager, however, to go eat dinner. So, my lovely senators and inductees, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. My name is Coin, of course. You guys have been awesome. I really, truly do mean that. Good to see everyone again. We will be back tomorrow unless something changes for whatever reason. So, do take care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. You're welcome back in my hallowed halls, whether that be in my Discord, on on Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, Instagram, whatever have you. You're welcome anywhere, anytime. I'll see you guys next time. Remember that I won't be streaming this Friday. And with that, goodbye.